Discovered that there are a lot of rip-offs in the life insurance world, like that whole life crap posing as an investment opportunity. What you need is level term life insurance, usually 10 to 12 times your income, which is the smartest, most affordable way to protect your family. The key is finding an independent broker who represents a ton of companies and works for you, not for the insurance company. This is exactly what my friend Jeff Zander and his team at Zander Insurance are all about. Zander is the real deal, and that's why they've handled all my personal insurance for over 25 years. I trust them, and you can too. Visit Zander.com for instant online quotes, or for a more personal touch, give them a call at 800-356-4282.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A safe alert has been issued by Phoenix police. They're looking for 55-year-old Dean Emerson. Dean's a white male, 5 feet 8 inches tall, 160 pounds, brown eyes and black hair. And Dean was last seen yesterday around 2 p.m. on foot near North 59th Avenue and West Indian School Road, wearing an orange long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and a black and white sneakers. He suffers from a medical condition that may cause him to become lost or easily confused. If you have any information, give 911 a call. We do have a picture of Dean Emerson on our KTAR.com homepage. Also, a 60-year-old woman who was reported missing by concerned family members yesterday has been found dead. Phoenix police say while they were searching near her last reported location, they got a call about an unresponsive woman behind an electrical box near 27th Avenue and Durango Street. The woman whose description matched that missing person was pronounced dead on the scene.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The two frontrunners for Arizona's governor's race don't agree on much, but there is one issue where they find a little common ground.
Data centers have become a hot-button issue across the country, especially in Arizona, where water is at a premium. Congressman Andy Biggs is among those with concerns. He exclusively tells the AZ Political podcast with Jim Sharp his requirements before he could sign off on more of them here.
Folks from data centers who've come to talk to me have said, look, no more subsidies, and no more special gifts. You find a way to supply your power without encroaching on residential commercial power in Arizona. And you have to find a way to have a closed-loop water so you don't chew up all of our water.
Hobbs echoes those concerns, and like Biggs is okay with data centers only if they benefit Arizona. She tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We're really addressing those concerns that community members have about data centers coming into their communities. There's places where they make sense, and we shouldn't be stopping them where they make sense.
Hobbs recently pushed through a 3-year moratorium on tax breaks for new data centers in the state's budget. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
More mixed messaging from President Trump regarding whether Iran is ready to renegotiate. In a social media post, the president said Iran asked to come back to talks. But the U.S. and Iran have been trading strikes this week, and Iran has been taking a tough stance against the U.S. in public comments. A White House official tells ABC News technical talks have started, but wouldn't elaborate beyond that. Here's more now from ABC's Olivia Rubin.
What are the ramifications of the broken ceasefire going to be? We know that the United States has revoked that waiver that allowed Iran to sell its oil. Does it mean that the United States is going to put its blockade back in place of Iranian ports? Could Iran re-shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which would in turn send global oil prices back up, including here at home? And of course, the big question on the table after a quiet night last night, does the United States again resume strikes?
A Chandler doctor is under arrest on suspicion of sexual assault. This comes after 2 women reported Dr. Hassan Khan had touched them inappropriately during appointments in 2025. Chandler police established probable cause to arrest Khan through the statements of the women involved, and he was booked on 1 count of sexual assault and another count of sexual abuse. Both are felony charges. You can read more details on the crimes he's accused of at KTAR.com. At least 31 states now reporting cases of the parasitic disease that health officials say can lead to uncomfortable gastrointestinal symptoms. It's called cyclosporiasis, and it's not entirely clear what the root cause is, but health officials believe it may be linked to contaminated fresh produce or water. Here's ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
It just takes a small amount to infect people. It can be on contaminated fruits, vegetables, water that may be contaminated by human waste, people who were previously infected. And if you do ingest a parasite and get sick, it causes inflammation in your gut to the point where you can't absorb water or food. And this can cause, and I'm saying this scientifically, explosive watery diarrhea.
Patel also says the good news is this can be treated with antibiotics. Let's check on traffic. We've got Enrique Garcia already in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Saraville Avenue. And Phoenix with debris blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Rain Tree Drive. And Phoenix disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Bell Road. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. GLP start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any program, and they'll waive their startup fee with prices starting at just $149. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Still hanging in there with that extreme heat warning until 8 tonight. Our high today, 112. Overnight, 92 for a low temperature. Tomorrow, 110, 109 Sunday. On Monday, about 108 degrees. And by Sunday and Monday, there's a 20 to 30% chance of some showers in our forecast. Right now, checking the temp in Levine, it's 109 degrees. Another extreme heat day in the Valley. Good thing selling your home is easy. Homes 2X buys on demand with a 100% full value guarantee. And you can stay rent-free. Learn more at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 to 6. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Our #1 on a Friday. The streets are saying our #1 best of the hours. I'm just passing on what I learned. In for one Gatos today is your friend and mine, Joe Huizenga. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you being here.
Apparently Gatos out in the streets today.
Literally. Yeah. These streets aren't for everyone, but they are for Gatos. So good for him. We got a lot coming up today. We'll try to touch on everything that's going on, but there's a lot going on out there. Have a little fun along the way, shall we? I think we need to kind of start with the latest with what in the heck is going on with Iran, the war. The United States continues to strike. It's unclear if we're just blowing holes in the desert sand now. I don't know if there's a lot more military targets to hit. But there was something, and I'm going to use the term, I won't say unconfirmed, but I'm still waiting for some more credible news sources, ones I trust to say it. We may have seen a new level, a new escalation in this war. Are you ready?
Hit me. What do you got?
So yesterday, Iran fired missiles. Well, first up, the whole thing started when Iran struck Saudi and Qatari flagged oil tankers.
Okay.
Then they fired missiles at Jordan. They fired them at Kuwait, their neighbors. Mm-hmm. The neighbors fired back today.
Oh,
not just the United States. And so apparently, for the first time in this conflict, some of Iran's Gulf neighbors joined the retaliation, whatever you want to call what we're seeing there. And I mean, I don't know how seriously I should take it. I mean, they've been sitting it out till now. They've just been absorbing not only the economic impact, but the missiles landing, the destruction of certain oil infrastructure or whatnot. But again, according to multiple sources, and again, I'm willing to, if it turns out that wasn't true, I'm willing to eat it. But there are reports that some of the Gulf states are firing back now.
Iran's neighbors have finally had enough of this, maybe.
Maybe, but that just lends itself to a broader conflict. It's not just the United States, Iran, and Israel. Are we going to drag in Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, you know what I'm saying, Saudi Arabia? Are they all going to get in on, quote unquote, the fight?
Well, if they did get in on it, though, would that just be more bad news for Iran?
And that's fair. Here's what I don't fully understand, and I don't think a lot of people do. What's bad news for Iran? Because apparently being bombed isn't like on their, gee, that's a horrible thing.
No, I think it's bad news, but I think their mind is like, yeah, you know what? That's just Tuesday. We wake up on Wednesday and we fire back.
Yeah, exactly. It isn't having a deterrent effect on their behavior.
Yeah.
Might be a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that just because some of Iran's neighbors decide to get in this war, whether or not they're on their side or against them, that doesn't seem like that is going to end this conflict. And we've seen this for the last month or so. And
literally.
My issue is, Gatos and you play the game all the time of, is the Strait of Hormuz open? Is it closed?
By the way, today, closed.
Okay.
According to marinetraffic.com, got it bookmarked.
Closed.
Right here. No little dots moving through the Strait of Hormuz, lots of boats on either side.
Oh, the other game you could play the last month or so is ceasefire, on or off.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's off for now.
Yeah. Trump today, I heard Becky Lynn mention it, said that Iran is requesting that we have talks. They want to make a deal. Iran's foreign minister said, no, we don't. Yeah. He says, we are not meeting with the United States and, quote, we did not request negotiations. Who do you believe? You got two liars. I haven't the foggiest idea. I honestly have no idea.
I mean, in this case, I would tend to believe Iran, at least today.
That they don't, because they don't appear to want to end this. I think their game is to wait the United States out. And why would it be that? For whatever you think they are, I don't think you can say they're completely stupid. They understand and can look at history. They look at Vietnam. They look at Iraq. They look at Afghanistan. Their thing is, the United States is going to leave sooner or later. We just got to wait them out.
Yeah.
Bomb us all. Ask the North Vietnamese. We bombed the hell out of them. And then we left. And they're like, okay, now we win.
So what would be their fear then? That at some point this does escalate to...
all of the neighbors? But then how many more of... Will anyone come other than their proxies who have been doing damage? Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. Would anybody join in on Iran's side?
Well, not just all of the neighbors join in, but at some point do we start to worry about nuclear aggression? I don't think we're there yet.
I don't feel that. I do think, and I would not be surprised if I found out that China and Russia or both are continuing to supply, feed intelligence, and basically help Iran be a thorn in the side of the United States.
Of
Why?
course.
It benefits them on the global stage. And Russia has a vested interest in dragging this out because we've helped Ukraine drag out the war against Russia. And so this is their chance to get back at us by using Iran.
Meanwhile, it leads to more pain back here in the U.S. Gas prices up again.
Oh, come on. No, they aren't.
Yeah, they're back up a little bit. I saw 5 to 7 cents or so yesterday, up another cent here around the valley today. They have come down a lot over the last few weeks.
Still higher than they were a year ago, by a lot. They're kind of in the middle. From the high that we saw maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago, to a year ago, gas prices are kind of somewhere between the two right now. But again, with the strait being closed, it starts ticking up. I got something else for you. I don't know if you know this, Joe. I spent a lot of time watching YouTube videos.
Okay.
And I learned everything I need to know from YouTube videos.
I am a little afraid.
As well you should be.
What did you learn from YouTube?
So when we think about the Strait of Hormuz being closed, we think that the Gulf states must all be desperate to get it open, right? I mean, good grief, this is killing them, right?
You're going to say wrong.
Not exactly.
No.
And here's why. I was yesterday years old when I learned that Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, all have alternatives.
Oh, other waterways?
Saudi Arabia has a pipeline that goes all the way across to the Bab al-Mandeb, to the strait over there, and can go right into the Suez Canal. And they have been expanding that pipeline, and they have increased it. So while everybody's like, oh, we can't do it, it's not as much as was going through the strait. But Saudi Arabia is making money hand over fist because they just turned the oil around and started shipping it across Saudi Arabia to the other side. Kuwait can't do that. Like, some of those nations don't have any other options. The strait is their only way to get anything in or out. But some of the states there, and I just say it because I don't know how. It's not that they're not motivated to get something done. It's that they may not be as motivated. Does that make sense?
It does. Yep.
The UAE and Oman have access to ports that are on the Indian Ocean. Saudi Arabia can go all the way to the west across there. Iran doesn't have another option. As they have land borders with Russia and China, and they send pipelines that way, so they have a little bit. But some of the other states in the Gulf might be feeling it more than others. And were those also maybe the ones that were firing back yesterday going, we need to open this thing up because we are starving here. It's strangling us.
Yeah, I think that's certainly believable.
Yeah, but I really thought it was interesting seeing this Saudi Arabia pouring all this money and resources into moving oil the other direction. And that, again, not saying that they don't want this to end. Not saying that they think this is a good idea.
But they can
weather the storm maybe better than some of the others can because they have options. All right, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Joe Huizenga in for Gatos today. We've got Becky Lynn. She'll get you up to speed on all the big stories, the things that are going on. And coming up next, you've heard of like a pilot being too drunk to fly. We've heard about that, right? And what do you do when the entire air crew, down to the flight attendants, are too drunk to fly? We'll tell you about it. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:18, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Multiple sources are reporting that Israel has shared intelligence with the White House about an apparent Iranian assassination plan targeting President Trump. Details are limited and have not been officially confirmed by the U.S. government, but are adding an additional layer of tension between the two countries following continued overnight strikes this week. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Another day of extreme heat. Until 8 o'clock tonight, that warning is still in effect. 112 expected today, then 110 tomorrow. It's 108 now in Scottsdale. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee. And you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com.
Donna here. The housing market appears to be a complete mess. Economist Evan Taylor from U of A explains what's happening on Money Monday. That's Monday morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Jack and Diane, Small Town. Hurt so good. John Mellencamp playing all the hits. August 9th. It's right around the corner. He's going to be at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, and we've got tickets for you. Head over to the contest page at KTAR.com and get yourself hooked up to go see John Mellencamp. Contains no cougar. Just saying. There's been some changes. I don't know if you knew that. Joe Huizenga in for Gatos. Appreciate you having you with us today. You travel a little bit. Have you ever flown British Airways?
I have not.
So they have a direct to London flight once a day. From Phoenix to London. It's about 11 hours or so. I've done it once. That's why I say that. But I don't know if I want to get on a British Airways flight again.
Why would you not want to? What's so bad about British Airways?
They have some issues.
Such as?
So Saturday, last week, British Airways had to cancel a flight from Barbados, which sounds lovely, to London because of alcohol. It turns out...
You get a drunk passenger?
No. You had a drunk pilot.
Okay.
A drunk co-pilot. A drunk flight engineer. And 10 drunk flight attendants. They all showed up for the flight, and it was deemed that they were all too inebriated to fly. The entire flight crew.
Who flags this?
So it turns out that passengers and some other British Airways employees noticed it. It turns out that there was a layover Friday night at some resort in Barbados. And they had a open bar. According to them, one of the female crew members was so inebriated, she got sick at the bar in front of others and had to be carried up to her room. They apparently ended up partying / drinking all night long and then showed up for their flight the next morning. All of them still showing signs of inebriation. They did have to cancel the entire flight.
I like British Airways' statement on all this. They said, we expect the highest standards from our colleagues.
Do we?
We're investigating this matter.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Hold on. She had to be carried to her room.
Yeah.
How much of an investigation do we need here?
I don't know what is going on with the Brits, but last August, a British Airways flight attendant was under the influence of drugs and was found naked in the toilet during a flight.
Okay.
January, a couple years ago, a British Airways crew member, drunk, possibly high on drugs.
But were their clothes on?
Completely closed.
Okay. So, see, they were doing better.
April, a couple years ago, an entire British Airways crew were banned from a hotel that they normally stay at the Maldives after some of them were found unconscious and drunk on the beach at the resort.
This is like 1 or 2 incidents a year, Bruce. That's no big deal. Come on. Don't they all get a hall pass once a year?
British Airways knows how to party. Oh, my goodness.
Isn't that what Gatos is up to today? Do we have to see? Does he have his clothes on? How drunk is he? Is he doing drugs today, or is everything good?
It's usually passengers, right? It's usually the passengers. It's not often when you hear the entire flight crew is too drunk to fly.
No, most people show up to work and they're sober.
Most people.
Yes.
And you would hope that your air crew flying from Barbados to London, which I'm almost positive involves flying over water for about 95% of this flight, right?
But come on, the plane does most of the work.
Oh, my God.
Pilot just sits there.
So, not to be outdone, we had an issue this week in Florida where we all learned that if you take snacks off of the snack cart on a plane without permission, you could go to jail.
Could you amend your statement, please? I believe you said snacks. And I think this story, it was snack.
Singular. A man was handcuffed and taken off of a Breeze Airways plane in Florida after flight attendants called the cops saying he took a snack off of the snack cart and didn't pay for it.
So he grabs like a little thing of the pretzels. I don't know, maybe Breeze serves some chips or something. I haven't the
foggiest idea what kind of snacks they have in the Breeze cart, but Breeze is one of those airlines that charges for everything.
But this guy took one.
Guess what? Tough. The plane landed. The pilot said everyone needed to stay in their seat, that a security issue had occurred during the flight. Police officers boarded the plane and arrested this middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, handcuffed, took him off the plane.
So if this,
he offered to pay for the snack after that.
Yeah,
Don't
I believe
all?
it.
Like after you rob the bank, what if I just give it back?
But if this is you and you're a passenger on this plane, are you more ticked at the guy who tried to take one snack? Or are you more ticked at all of the flight crew that's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
We need to get the authorities in here. Nobody move.
We're going to call
have
the cops.
one bag of pretzels.
Yeah, we're missing a bag of pretzels. Who took it? Nobody's leaving this flight till we get an accounting for this.
It's like you're in school, and it's until
somebody took an
someone
extra chocolate
rats
milk.
out
Who took the chocolate
who
milk?
did this. Everybody's going to be punished.
You're all going to pay for it. Checking the headlines on the way. Joe Huizenga in for Gatos today. Becky Lynn will get us up to speed on what is going on around the world. And then up next, KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer is going to join us with some interesting information. And it's something that I think we might know inherently, but now we've got some data that backs it up. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app gets you breaking news 24/7. Plus, streaming audio from Arizona's news station. Short videos, viral clips, weather, and traffic updates. Download the KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
I called the largest provider of outdoor cooling systems and patio misters in the state, my new friends at Mist America. They've got over 10,000 residential installations right here in Arizona. Their patented Mist 360 systems use less water while covering more square feet than traditional misting fans. And that means a cooler patio without turning your backyard into a swamp. The ultra-fine mist evaporates quickly, dropping the temperature without the wetness. I've got one. You need one. Text the word MIST to 620-620 to receive the Gatos Super Summer Special Discount. This month only. Homeowners, think about it. A misting system lets you actually use your outdoor space from May through October. Being outside doesn't have to be miserable. We're talking about 5 extra months of entertaining, morning coffee on the patio, letting the kids play outside comfortably. The Mist 360 adds real livable space to your home. MistAmerica.com. Tell them Gatos sent you.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Got a great deal for you right now. When you call Central Valley Dentistry and mention my name, just say Broomhead, get $1,500 off a complete dental implant smile restoration, including your final zirconia teeth. No hidden fees, no surprise costs. That's the deal. Now, you know me. I don't put my name behind anything unless I really believe in it. I believe in Dr. Babahani and the team at Central Valley Dentistry. They're a full-service smile makeover center, everything under one roof. All on for implants, Invisalign, veneers, crowns, even treatment for snoring and sleep apnea. It's simple and very straightforward. Whether you're dealing with missing teeth or you're just ready for a full smile makeover, they've got you covered. You can call their office at 602-246-0385. Mention my name, Broomhead. Get that $1,500 off right away or go to centralvalleydentistry.com. That's centralvalleydentistry.com. The Smile Makeover Center.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Imagine 4 weeks from now, everything feeling different. The way your clothes fit, your energy, your weight. It's Joe, and that's what Soda and their dynamic diet have done for me. I've shed 25 pounds and feel better than ever, and you can too. Right now, you can get 4 weeks free when you call 866-800-SODA and mention KTAR. Soda Diet and Nutrition teaches you how to let go of the weight and keep it off for a lifetime. No shots, no pills, no lifetime dependency. Soda centered around real food with expert guidance from nutritionists to arm you with habits that will last a lifetime. 866-800-SODA. 866-800-SOTA or SodaDietNutrition.com. SodaDietNutrition.com. Thousands of success stories are available right there. 9,000 plus Google reviews as well. You'll have real results that you can see. And best of all, you can get 4 weeks free when you call them and mention KTAR. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Cardinals, D-backs, starting July 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The pocket fire near Sedona finally is being subdued by the more than 1,000 firefighters that are on the scene. Fire spokesman Michael Johnson says it's been a challenging fire.
Yeah, we've got 1,078 people on the line right now, and people are excited about the progress we've been making. It was slow going for a while, and with the difficult terrain, it's been a challenging fire.
Crews have been attacking it mostly from the air due to the steep terrain. This morning, the fire was reported to be 73% contained and more than 27,000 acres in size. That fire first was reported on June 19th. Schools in Arizona start earlier than other places across the country, so shopping for the kids might start earlier than you expected. ABC 15 weekend anchor and reporter Jane Caffrey joined Arizona's Morning News to explain why now's the best time for your back-to-school shopping.
If you want to get out there, start comparing prices, building your carts, and getting some of those rollbacks and deals, now is really a good time to shop.
And you can read Caffrey's full story on back-to-school shopping by visiting our television partner, ABC15.com.
Eyes on Education.
When some students in the Roosevelt School District go back to school, it will be a school with a new name. The district governing board approved changing the name of its Cesar Chavez Community School to Rio Vista Community School following sexual abuse allegations against Chavez back in March. According to the district, the school is being rebuilt, with the plan still in its discussion stage, leading to the board approving an immediate name change.
I do defer to, looks like 41% selected the name Rio Vista Community School. My only concern is just when we roll out the name change and to give this particular community involvement some closure.
That's board member Michael Butts, who also thanked the community for taking part in a renaming survey. You can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. Let's take a look at those Friday roads with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Saravelle Avenue. Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202 Santiago Freeway eastbound near Chandler Village Drive. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 31st Avenue and Van Buren Street. This report is brought to you by the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 17th through the 19th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. More info at mchomeshows.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
112 today, 92 the overnight low, tomorrow 110, and by Sunday and Monday evenings we do have a 30% chance of rain in the forecast, so we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. Right now in Paradise Valley it's 108 degrees. When the temps hit record highs, stress levels don't have to. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee and let you stay rent-free. Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
DJ Mad Max over there, a little public enemy on your Friday. I like that. All right. Appreciate it. By the way, Joe Huizenga in for Gatos today. Joseph, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Bruce. I noticed that you did not use your cursive handwriting to prepare the notes for today. You typed a lot. We got them typed up for us by lovely producer Justin.
Yeah.
Let me see your manuscript over there. How does it look?
Beautiful.
I can
printed.
I can barely read my own handwriting.
Not in cursive.
Oh, got cursive. Yeah. So anyway, that's a thing. Joining us right now is KTAR Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer. Shira, awesome to have you with us. Thank you for being here. Yep. And you have a piece up on KTAR News we thought was pretty interesting, talking about how literacy skills are, you can say declining, or you could say changing because of technology. I grew up in the 1900s in school. And we used to have that double-lined paper. And, your lowercase had to stay underneath the one line and your uppercase went above it. And, you learned how to write.
You had the little dotted line in the middle.
If it wasn't for the dotted line, I would have been screwed, right? But that's not what's going on anymore. So much is screen-related, right?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's changing. Not that they're diminishing, although some aspects of those skills are diminishing, but it definitely is changing. So, yeah, like you said, we used to have, pen and paper. I remember using those exact same things to practice my handwriting. But these days, most kids, once they learn cursive is a requirement. In
it is.
Arizona
It's
schools.
still,
yes.
okay, we
Kids
still
in
teach
Arizona
cursive.
are required to learn cursive.
Kind of,
but
right?
After they learn
reason?
cursive... So you can read the Declaration of Independence?
Okay, fine. All right.
But sure,
it's an important skill to have.
As soon as cursive is taught, though, in Arizona schools,
they can move on.
They don't have to keep.
They just have to teach it.
They don't have to keep teaching it.
Correct. So a lot more students now are using laptops either for some of their work or all of their work in some cases. It kind of depends on the individual classroom. But when you are typing so much and not necessarily using pen to paper, I spoke with Terry Clark from Read On Arizona, and she said there's a lot of research that actually shows that there are learning skills that students are not gaining anymore because of that. When you use pen and paper, it processes differently in your brain, right? It helps you retain information. It makes you memorize things differently. It helps you kind of internalize it differently. It helps you learn the language differently. And when you're typing, you're just not gaining the same level of foundational literacy skills that you are with pen and paper.
No, and I always remember this, like note-taking. Like, the thing about note-taking wasn't so much the notes, it was writing things down. And writing it down made an imprint in some way, shape, or form in your brain. And we're learning that typing away on a laptop does not have the same imprint. It's different.
Right. You're still learning. You're just learning differently. And then there's also on top of that, all the new technology like AI, which is kind of taking those learning skills even further back for students. I spoke to a teacher, Mintreat Dow from Tempe. He's an English language teacher, and he really talked about how his students are making basic mistakes, spelling, grammar, because they have spell check, they have Grammarly, they have Microsoft Word putting a little squiggly line underneath that's telling them what they're doing wrong. So they're not actually internalizing those lessons as well. On top of that, you have things like PowerPoints and presentations where you used to have to be so creative and put in so much effort and work to make it your own. And now you can just have AI, add little emojis for you everywhere and make it unique in that way. And they're just not putting the same effort into it. So he really said that he's trying to make sure that his students have those same skills, but he's having to adapt how he's teaching. So he's having to either use pen and paper for some assignments, having students look at it different, maybe make it more creative to kind of overcompensate for that lack of root memorization that comes from handwriting.
Shira Tanzer, KTAR News Education Solutions reporter with us right now. Did you mutter she's the best? Oh, she's absolutely the best. But Shira, you mentioned some of the downsides to sticking with the screens. You also mentioned the upsides, though, too. I mean, spell check, that's great. Don't have to get the spelling perfect anymore. What's the need for the spelling bee if you've just got the spell check right there?
We don't need no dang spelling bee.
No, you got spell check right there with you. And the screens can do things. If you can just ask AI, could some of these things be bypassed? Are we making much ado about, not necessarily nothing here, but are we just learning differently? And there are some benefits.
For sure. I mean, I think it's the same as the how much math do you need if you have a calculator kind of argument, which has been made for years. But math is still taught in school because we as a society have determined that those are important skills to have. It helps create different pathways in your brain that can help you with future careers, even if it's not using those exact skills. So they are still things that are being taught in classrooms. But I do think you're right. We will simply see how it changes because the skills that are needed for the future are also shifting. So yeah, getting that online education is also prepping these kids for careers that maybe will use AI, that will require them to type faster, so it is prepping them for a whole other world of careers. But at the same time, they are falling back on some of those skills that maybe used to be considered essential.
It is. I see the balance, because let's be honest, hopefully we're teaching kids how to succeed in the future world, not just today. They need to have skills and talents to be able to survive for the next 40 or 50 years. God knows what that's going to look like. It's almost like we ought to teach more typing. I mean, isn't that
Were you typing when you came out of school?
No, I never took typing in school. I still do the hunt and peck a little bit. I've gotten better at it.
Would tell me every summer, you need to use Mavis Beacon teaches typing. There's a whole program on it.
Oh, I thought your teacher was named Mavis Beacon. For God's
it's this
sakes,
whole program.
Which I would have loved because that is a phenomenal typing teacher's name, Mavis Beacon.
But I didn't come out of high school being able to type.
No, I
like you, kind of hunt and packed, and then I just memorized the keyboard to the point where I could learn to type. But now
I don't type classically. You know what I'm saying?
I bet kids now come out of school, and I bet they are much better typers than any of us were when we went through school.
It's probably all talk to text now. Are you kidding me? Why type? You can just talk it in.
That's even better.
Although they make more typos than the kids are.
Yeah. I am a big fan of the spell check, though, because I have never in my life, what is this, the year of our Lord 2026?
Mm-hmm.
I've never spelled the word receipt properly the first time.
Everyone has one. Mine's definitely.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't spell receipt. I haven't the foggiest idea. Right now, I couldn't spell it. I have no idea. And I'm one of those ones where I spell it so poorly, spell check just looks at me and goes, yeah, no, don't know. Don't know what you were trying to spell. I'm like, receipt. Come on.
Is this recipient? What are you going for here?
No, a receipt. Like a piece of paper. I'm like, what do you... Anyway, Shira, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
We've got some challenges. Kids have some unique challenges today that we never had to deal with, to say the least. And it is interesting how technology is really changing the way they are learning, and maybe not all for the better. Appreciate it. Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer with us in here. Coming up next, we want to update you on the latest on that near drowning case, that 18-month-old toddler who was declared dead and found 5 hours later breathing in the morgue. The latest, up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it. But I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long and hot. It's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back. Because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it. With regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time from QC Kinetics patients and their loved ones. Go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call now. With clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
2:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
We come out here and we hand out free food, drinks, hygiene items to our homeless neighbors and anyone in need.
City of Phoenix documents obtained by KTAR show nearly 70% of respondents on a survey gauging support of park use restrictions passed in May opposed the rule change, which the city didn't make public. The ordinance restricted food sharing in parks. Founder of Christian volunteer group St. Herman's Table, Lance Brace, sued the city over that and says,
So I wasn't shocked when I saw the results of that survey. I did think it was weird that the survey never got talked about or published afterwards.
Brace says he's compelled by his faith to provide aid at parks because that's where the need is. KTAR has reached out to Phoenix for comment. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Well, it's another extreme heat day until 8 p.m. tonight. 112 expected for the high, 110 tomorrow. Maybe some rain by Sunday and Monday. Is 108 right now at Surprise. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room, and it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room, and when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets and precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Walt Phillips right here on KTAR, 12 p.m. Sunday afternoons. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Walt is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Walt's Insights and The Gold Show this Sunday afternoon at noon.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
I don't know what's going on over there, but if you think I don't know all these songs, you don't know me. All right? Shout out to my buddy DJ Quick. All right. We've got Joe Huizenga in for Gatos today. Gatos would hate this music, by the way, which is almost makes it even better. You know?
He'd want Yacht Rock or something on Friday.
Yeah, he'd want Yacht Rock and Harry Styles. That's about it, is all he would be into. Gatos and I, last couple days, have had multiple conversations about this horrible story. The story of an 18-month-old toddler in Gilbert who was found unresponsive in the pool.
This is like Super Bowl Sunday.
During a Super Bowl party.
Yeah.
They were having a Super Bowl party at the house. Was rushed to Gilbert Mercy. There is body cam of the police officers performing CPR on this lifeless body. And then you have the emergency room team. So it is, we've all seen the TV shows or the movies of what happens in the emergency room. It's not far off. The TV shows get it pretty good. You can imagine they get the call. They know they have a drowning victim coming in. They know they're 18 months old. They already have whatever vitals, if any. And so they have a room prepared. So when this child was brought in, there was a team waiting to jump into action. That is how it works.
Okay.
There was nurses. There were other technicians. The child's hooked up to machines. They are doing CPR, and CPR in a toddler is very different from what you may have seen before. You now probably know the story that the attending emergency room doctor told them to stop resuscitative efforts.
Declared the child dead.
And declared the child dead, even though, and this is not an opinion, this is on the body cam from a Gilbert police officer in the room when they said, we think we have a pulse and the child's trying to breathe. And he said, I didn't go to medical school. You do your job, I'll do mine. I went to medical school. Mm-hmm. He kind of played the I am God thing.
Yeah.
Declares the child dead at 6:20 at night. Just shy of midnight, the medical examiner's office comes to pick up the body. And this isn't even a doctor. This is the person who runs the transport for the medical examiners. And I can only imagine the shock when he calls out and says, this child has a pulse and is breathing.
Yeah. Wild.
5 hours in the morgue. Immediately brought back into the ER, put on a helicopter at Gilbert, taken to Phoenix Children's, and the child has been released. We know now a couple of different things. One, obviously there's an investigation going on. The parents are facing charges. Not because the child fell in the pool, but because apparently they were under the influence of marijuana at the time the child fell into the pool.
Yeah, cops.
So is that a negligence issue?
Yeah, cops said when they showed up, they strongly smelled the odor of marijuana.
Right. So now we have a GoFundMe for the baby. Here's what I don't fully understand. I mean this. I'm not casting dispersion. I am so glad that this little boy, Vincent, is alive. It's unclear to me what his prognosis is, how he's doing.
So what the person wrote on the GoFundMe, they say, though an MRI from February 12th showed no brain damage, that Vincent would still have a long and challenging recovery. He's going to need extensive therapy, ongoing medical monitoring, and support for his healing organs. And the financial burden supposedly will be immense.
So no brain damage is the best thing, because unfortunately that is what we hear a lot of times in drownings or near drownings when you aren't breathing, oxygen, blood not going to the brain. Brain damage can happen very quickly, even if the organs are still working. You're in either a vegetative state or something worse.
And the GoFundMe here isn't trying to raise $500,000 or some wild sum. It's hoping to come up with $24,000.
Okay, well, they're at 20 grand, so they're probably going to get there. But they've also retained an attorney.
Yes, they have.
And I don't know exactly what their claim will be, but they've got one against the city of Gilbert in that hospital, right?
Yeah, they're weighing legal action.
There you go. All right. Checking the headlines are on the way. We're going to let Becky Lynn do that for us, okay? And coming up next, Joe Heising and I'm going to replay a little bit. Yesterday, I don't know if you caught this, we had Governor Hobbs in studio, our Talk to the Governor segment, and we asked her about some of the wildfires and what Arizona is doing and what she specifically is doing when it comes to wildfires. And we'll update you on the pocket fire. That's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their support for Phoenix Children's. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming up in August, and this year marks 16 years of the Valley Hyundai dealers' participation. Over their 16-year association with the Give-a-thon, your Valley Hyundai dealers have donated more than $1 million to Phoenix Children's. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their tremendous giving to Phoenix Children's.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next Trevec Remodeling Seminar is Tuesday, July 21st.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
To have a roof over your head, a nice roof over your head, is very important.
That's Rick,
talking about his experience with Rhino Shield ceramic coating.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago, and they're very cooperative on getting us the right paint. They're in and out and done in no time. Once it was finished, looked great. We were very happy with it.
The main reason Rick called Rhino Shield is because Rhino Shield is backed by a 25-year warranty.
We've watched a lot of people get their house painted 3 or 4 times, and we haven't had to do any of it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to have to paint it every 5-7 years.
Take it from Rick. Put down that paintbrush and pick up your phone. Call Rhino Shield at 855-4, the letter U, Rhino. Call now and receive 10% off the regular price. Or go to rhinoshieldaz.com.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago. Financially makes sense, especially if it's going to last like this did. Still looks great.
For your 10% off, call now. 855-4, the letter U, Rhino. Or go to rhinoshieldaz.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws.
You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
We come out here and we hand out free food, drinks, hygiene items to our homeless neighbors and anyone in need.
The founder of a Christian volunteer group is suing Phoenix over park use, argues that they need to be allowed to help people in need. KTAR's Ballon Overstolz is live in the News Center with more on this story.
Lance Brace with St. Herman's Table gathers volunteers every Thursday to provide aid to unhoused people at Cave Creek Park. In May, Phoenix restricted those events, prompting a lawsuit involving Brace to continue what he says is critical work required by his Christian Orthodox faith.
Even if we got every permit available for this park, we'd have to cut our services in half. So continuing to have the ability to do that is very important to us from a religious standpoint, if this is what we feel called to do.
And new City of Phoenix documents obtained by KTAR show a previously unreleased survey on the park use restrictions passed in May had nearly 70% opposition from more than 1,000 respondents. Live in the News Center, Ballon Overstolz, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to the City of Phoenix for comment. A GoFundMe campaign is underway to raise money for the family of a toddler who was pronounced dead but later found alive in a morgue. 18-month-old Vincent Fiordlino was rushed to a hospital on February 8th after he was found floating face down in a pool. A doctor at Gilbert Mercy Hospital pronounced him dead, but he was later discovered to be breathing. The family says Vincent is now breathing on his own but faces therapy and a long recovery, and the family also is reportedly considering legal action. You could be lucky enough to hear that sound, the sound of rain this weekend. Phoenix National Weather Service meteorologist Mark O'Malley says the weather patterns will become far more favorable for showers and storms across the state.
The best chance of showers and thunderstorms in the Phoenix metro will arrive late Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. There's about a 40% chance that thunderstorms will affect anyone in the metro area.
He also mentions the possibility of strong winds that could bring some dust and thunderstorms over the weekend. A safe alert's been issued by Phoenix police. They're looking for 55-year-old Dean Emerson. Dean is a white male, 5'8", 160 pounds, brown hair and brown eyes and black hair. Dean was last seen yesterday about 2 p.m. on foot near North 59th Avenue and West Indian School Road. He was wearing an orange long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and black and white sneakers. He suffers from a medical condition that may cause him to become lost or easily confused. If you have any information, give 911 a call, and you can see his picture at KTAR.com. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's July 10th, and back on this day in 1913, Death Valley experienced the highest temperature ever recorded on Earth. It may seem hot now, but it's been hotter before. As we experience the heat wave of the century, the desert in California is no stranger to the heat. During the heat wave that peaked with that record, 5 consecutive days reached 129 degrees Fahrenheit or above. Death Valley is the lowest elevation point in North America at 282 feet below sea level. And on that sweltering afternoon of July 10th, 1913, the United States Weather Bureau recorded a high temperature of 134.1 degrees Fahrenheit at Furnace Creek in Death Valley. It's the highest ambient air temperature ever recorded on the surface of the Earth. The valley's surface consists of rocks, soil, and sand. It undergoes the intense solar heating due to the air being dry and clear and the land being dark and sparsely vegetated. And it really heated up back on this day in 1913.
Checking traffic for us in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Gilbert Road. Phoenix disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound near Van Buren Street. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 7th Avenue and Osborne Road. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. GLP start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any program and they'll waive their startup fee with prices starting at $149. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, 92. Our extreme heat warning should end about 8 o'clock tonight, and then tomorrow, 110 for the high. Sunday, 109, and a 30% chance of some showers. It's 109 now in Phoenix. Record-breaking heat across the valley, but selling your home shouldn't feel like it. Homes 2X buys on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Visit homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Oh, it's Arizona's. Reigning. Defending. Undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 to 6. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Our #2. Many people say is the best of the others. And for one, Gatos today is Joe Huizenga. Great to have you with us, Joe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Yesterday, 5:30 on the dot, actually it was, Governor Hobbs joined us for her regular Talk to the Governor feature. And we had a wide-ranging conversation with her. You can go back and check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can check it out on the podcast if you want to hear the whole thing. But we thought we'd play some of it because the wildfires and the issues with wildfires continues to be something certainly for our friends and our neighbors to the north right now are dealing with this. So we started off by talking to her a little bit and asking her specifically about kind of what she does, her role in all of this. This is Governor Hobbs yesterday on wildfires in Arizona. Maybe?
One moment. Who runs this ship around here?
Well, it's not me, Joe. You have buttons that I'm not allowed to do.
I remember talking to Governor Ducey in this studio about wildfires, and if I remember correctly, he said this is the one thing that keeps him up at night.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one thing that keeps you up at night?
There's a lot that keeps me up at night, but I certainly, especially going into this summer, we have conditions that we expect a pretty hard wildfire season.
How closely do you watch this? So, with the pocket fire, I was up north. I was in Flagstaff for a day. You can certainly smell it.
Oh, God, yes.
The hot shots are doing everything that they can. Like, what is your job when it comes to wildfires? Do you fly over them? Have you flown over any of these? Have you gone up north? Tell me about that.
I flew over Dragon Bravo last year. I think really we want to make sure that we're not interfering with the important work of actually fighting the fire. And so I did go to Incident Command in Flagstaff last weekend and had the chance to be briefed and talk to some of the frontline workers. I am so incredibly grateful for the folks that are out there fighting this fire. There's over 1,000 personnel assigned to this fire, to the pocket fire. They are on the front lines protecting lives, protecting property, keeping Arizonans safe. They are doing a really hard job, and we should all be really grateful to them. So I had the chance to be briefed, and the pocket fire is 69% contained right now.
That's the one by Sedona.
Yes, yeah. But Sedona, Flagstaff,
right.
Yeah. Because I was in Flagstaff too, and there was a lot of smoke and a lot of ash.
Yeah.
So, and I think also I just want to express my gratitude to the people that live and work in this area. They're very affected every day. 89A between Sedona and Flagstaff is closed, so that's affecting a lot of people's livelihoods. And it is so important in situations like this for folks to cooperate and to follow the directions of first responders. And I'm just grateful for Arizonans for doing that, for looking out for each other, because cooperating there keeps everyone safer and keeps the firefighters safer.
Governor Hobbs, is there more we can do as a state and you as a governor to mitigate fire damage? Is there? We've heard about the battle between the environmentalists and those that want to clear some forests, and how do we prevent these fires from becoming more dangerous and affecting more people? So
Arizona has a Department of Forestry and Fire Management. Director Torres is doing amazing work. We've worked together to fight for funding to mitigate wildfires and help prevent. A lot of it depends on people taking responsibility for their space and creating defensible space around their property. And this year we invested in some new technology. There's about 100 AI cameras deployed around. And so those are helping with really much more rapid detection of fires and being able to respond more quickly. The fact is that we just have a lot worse conditions now because of prolonged drought. And this winter especially was such a dry winter. We didn't get the snowpack. We had early rain, but then nothing else. And so there was a lot of earlier vegetation that dried up more quickly. And so there's just a lot of fuel out there. But in between fire season, we're working closely with the federal agencies. Arizona is not just Arizona land. There's state land, there's private land, there's federal land, and the federal land could be forest, it could be interior, it's all different departments. And so there's all these jurisdictions, and we have to work together. We have signed mutual aid agreements that help us work better with the federal agencies. And the 1,000+ firefighters that are out there right now on the pocket fire, those are not just Arizona agencies. Those are federal firefighters. They're from all over, right. And we do the same thing in other states. We have folks from Arizona right now, in Colorado, Utah. And so it's really all of us working together.
That's Governor Hobbs yesterday in studio with us as we wanted to talk about the fires. Obviously, the pocket fire north of Sedona, south of Flagstaff, kind of right in there. Oak Creek Canyon area. We know the part of that freeway. The road is still closed.
Really tough terrain to
say
fight
the
in there.
least. Yeah, hard to get to might be a good way to put it. And we know that the Flagstaff and some of the surrounding community, just horrible air quality with the amount of smoke up there. That fire is just over 70% contained. Looks like they've certainly got a handle on it. And this weekend, we may get some monsoon weather. Now, that could be good or bad.
Yeah, good in the sense that it can bring rain.
That would be good.
Bad can bring lightning, which can spark more fires.
Without rain.
And wind can also spread the fire.
Yeah, so I know we're dealing with some more of that, and this is the season. And we know that because of the lack of rain earlier, that we certainly have what is called really, good conditions for fire, sadly enough.
Yeah, it's basically a match all over throughout the desert.
Tinderbox. And all of our friends up there in the White Mountains and those up there in Prescott and Sedona, and we think about you guys because we know that they live with that kind of constantly hanging over their heads. And I was reminded of, again, I was driving home on the 60 last night, and I went by the Superstition Mountain Hot Shots, I believe. I went by their vehicle.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we've seen these, I think they call them buggies.
Okay.
We learned that after Granite Mountain. The trucks they use to transport themselves all over the state. And by the way, as you heard it, all over the country. Firefighters from here are going to be called to Colorado, Utah, California, and vice versa. And so they're always moving around. And, I try to get a little nod, a little wave of the hand when I see those hotshot firefighters going by, because I know they are usually headed to, in this weather, walk into the fire and hopefully preserve life and property out here. But it is certainly kind of the season for these wildfires to break out. And do be careful. And if you are vacationing, you're going to go camping and everything, it sounds silly. You got to be smart with fire. If you're towing, this is something I know. Don't drag your chains. Those chains spark and can light the side of the freeways on fire and can develop into something more. Always, empty your cooler onto the campfire when you leave, and make sure.
So you know what to do to take care of things.
I do, but obviously some others don't. As we've had a lot of these, sadly, a lot of these fires have been man-made or man-started. So we'll play a little bit more. We asked Governor Hobbs. We dug in deeper a little bit more on data centers, which is, I say it's a hot button issue. But you can't find anybody in favor of data centers unless, of course, you build data centers. They're in favor of them. But we did ask her about that. We'll play that next hour coming up. Joe Huizenga in for Gatos. Hey, even though Gatos ain't here, that don't mean we ain't doing the Stream Team. That's right. Stream Team coming up next. I saw something in the theaters that I think you're going to like.
Okay.
Joe, you got something for Stream Team for us?
It's a little unconventional, Stream Team.
I love unconventional. It's coming up next after a check of the headlines. The Stream Team on the way right here on KTAR.
It's Gatos for Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Custom window treatments instantly upgrade how your home looks and feels. We're talking motorized blinds, shutters, and shades, roller shades, and Roman shades. Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they've got it all. Do what my wife and I did. Visit one of their 3 Valley locations. They've got amazing showrooms. Visit southwestblinds.com, and guess what? You can book an hour in-home consultation. They'll come to your house and measure all the windows. They'll bring several blinds, shutters, and shades, put them right up to those windows, and you see what you like. I'm a big fan of the motorized shades. Maybe you're tired of cords that can quickly become a major eyesore and a hassle to untangle. Well, you can control your motorized shades, blinds, or shutters right from your phone. At Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they've been installing luxury window shading solutions in Arizona since 2002. Free 1-hour consultation when you mention Gatos. Just go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. After 2 deadly shootings involving ICE agents in Minneapolis earlier this year, former Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem had authorized body cameras for agents in the field. But the agents involved in Tuesday's fatal shooting of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Houston were not wearing the equipment. DHS says the distribution of the body cams had been disrupted by the government shutdown that ended in April. Now the city's police chief, Jay Noy Diaz, has asked the public to supply any video they may have to help answer questions.
I encourage the public to be proactive with this so that we, as a police organization for the greatest city in the country, can move forward and help this family heal.
Federal authorities say the ICE agent shot and killed the 52-year-old as he was allegedly trying to run away, claiming he used his vehicle to strike the unmarked car with the federal agents inside. The victim's family disputes that. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now. It is Friday after all. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a new crash blocking the center lanes. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on Bell Road and West Point Parkway. And Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Gilbert Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Our extreme heat warning ends at 8 p.m., but our overnight low is going to be around 92, and the high on Saturday, 110. It's 110 now in Tolleson. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com.
This is Jim Sharp. Since it feels like inflation is out of control, and it's a chance to look forward to the day when the Rugrats aren't underfoot all day saying, I'm bored, LaDonna Harvey and I will bring you back to school bargain shopping on the next Arizona's Morning News. Join us Friday on KTAR's YouTube channel and 92.3 FM.
Lindsey Sterling is taking over Arizona Financial Theater July 28th on the Duality Untamed Tour. KTAR. Of course, we've got tickets. Go to the contest page at KTAR.com. Get hooked up with your Lindsey Sterling tickets. Okay. Is it bad that I don't know who Lindsey Sterling is?
Yes.
Tell me.
It's pretty bad.
She's a violinist.
And she's from Gilbert.
A Gilbert violinist.
Very
famous.
Talented.
Can I tell you that I don't know any other violinists, so I hope Lindsey's not offended. I'm
Well, she's not your typical violinist.
Yeah, but I don't know any of them.
Well, look her up on YouTube
I
because
will.
she dances as she plays.
A dancing violinist.
And she has these magnificent videos.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a little not what you're
Lindsey,
thinking.
my heartfelt apologies.
You don't stun me very often. I am surprised.
I'm usually up on pop culture,
Someone
and I'm
who
like, am
knows
I the only
artists
one
like
doesn't know
you.
Lindsey Sterling? Apparently, well, now I have been learned. It's time now for the Stream Team. We do this every Friday at 3:15ish, whenever we get around to it. Talk about what we've been streaming, what we've been watching this weekend, and whether or not you should maybe spend some time or your money doing it. Joe, since you are my guest today, filling in for Gatos, I insist that you go first.
So I will go very quickly.
Oh.
And I will say I'm a big podcast listener.
Okay.
And
Do you listen to the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast?
No, I listen live, of course. I don't need to go back and podcast.
Sounded like a no to me, but keep going.
It wasn't no, because I listen live every day. I'm here while you're on. You actually talked to the host of this podcast, and Becky Lynn turned me on to it a while ago, Love Trapped.
Yes.
With you talked to Stephanie Young, the host of the podcast, and this is all about a woman named Laura Owens, who went after one of the former bachelors, Clayton Eckerd. And it's a big case here in Arizona that's been playing out. Episode 15 just dropped this week.
We also interviewed Attorney General Mitchell.
Right.
And apparently, here's the only reason I know it. I've had people contact me go, you're on the podcast. I go, what podcast? Love Trapped. I go, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh,
and they said, oh, no, there's clips of you and Gatos and Attorney General Mitchell talking about the case in the podcast.
I didn't even know there were new episodes.
Yeah.
So now
I'm famous. Take that.
Right. How about that?
So Becky Lynn turned me on to it. It's all about this woman, Laura Owens, who went after this member of The Bachelor, convinced him that she was pregnant. Turns out she doctored records. She was, in fact, not pregnant. The court case is playing out now. And Becky Lynn turned me on to that. But I am going to abdicate the rest of my time.
Because who said you had more time? But keep going.
I want Becky Lynn to talk briefly about a Netflix show that I want to see that she told me she is watching.
Oh, okay. Becky Lynn, Stream Team, go.
All right. It's called I Will Find You.
Okay, it sounds scary.
It's not a horror. I've been watching Widow's Bay. That one is a horror
I can't
thriller.
watch it. I've heard not to
I Will
watch it.
Find You is a crime thriller.
Okay.
And it essentially is about a guy who has been imprisoned because he's been convicted of killing his toddler son.
Ooh.
But there's a twist to the story in that the son may not be dead at all.
Oh.
Okay, that's all I'm going to tell you because it's very intriguing. One of Sam Worthington. Are you familiar with it? He plays the guy, and the female who is his sidekick in this is, and I can't think of her name, but she was on Severance, the girl who was in Severance on Apple TV.
Okay.
Anyway, in this, it's got a lot of twists and turns. He breaks out of jail, and they're trying to, I don't want to give it all away, but it's quite good. The only thing I will say about it is that sometimes you have to back it up and go, wait a minute. Let me think about this because all the part it's a little bit like that.
Smart.
It's and
I like
and,
smart
or a little convoluted.
Okay.
both. But nonetheless, since you can back it up, because it's streaming, there is that. You got time to figure out all the parts and pieces. I've been watching it every night. I think I have one more episode to go. I don't know if it's going to end it or there'll be another season. I think it's a one and done. So, because I don't like them to stretch them out and then go, they didn't need that.
You're watch it.
I would say at least 4.5 out of 5.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I'm a member of the Phoenix Film Critics Society.
Mm-hmm.
And
once or twice.
As part of my duties, being in the Phoenix Film Critics Society, I go to movie screenings. I get to see them before they open up. And this week, actually it was on Monday of this week, I got to see a new movie that opens up today. It stars 3 really good actors and Seth Rogen. It's called The Invite.
This is still a good time?
Yes, yeah.
Are you sure we are not interrupting something?
No, it's great. Good. It's good for you.
Yeah.
It's great for us.
Okay.
Yeah, we love, yep.
It took you a while to come to the door.
No, Taiwan.
And it sounded like you were arguing.
No filter.
No, I just want to be honest. We were at the door before we rang and we could hear you were fighting.
Oh, we were fighting.
We were fighting,
yeah.
Yeah, that's Olivia Wilde, Penelope Cruz, Edward Norton, and Seth Rogen. So there's a lot going on. First off, this entire film takes place in one apartment, and those are the only 4 people in the movie. So it almost looks like a play at times, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It is funny. I laughed really hard. It's also very uncomfortable in places. So the story is that, and by the way, I thought there is no way Seth Rogen can keep up with real actors, right? Olivia Wilde, Penelope Cruz, Edward Norton. Seth Rogen does amazing in this movie. Good for him. I didn't know he could pull it off. Seth Rogen and Olivia Wilde are married, and their marriage, it's not going well. All the spark is gone.
Oh.
They barely talk to each other. It's all, it's really gone cold. Yeah. They invite their neighbors from upstairs, who they've only met in the elevator of their place, who are, again, Edward Norton and Penelope Cruz, who are, as it turns out, swingers.
I knew you were going to say that.
Which they did not know.
Oh.
And they invite them over for dinner. And basically, I won't give it away, but the night goes in places you didn't think it would go. And you're left with, did inviting this crazy couple from upstairs into your apartment, did it reignite the spark between the two of them? Or is it just going to burn the whole damn thing down?
Okay.
It is called The Invite. It is in theaters right now. I mean, I laughed hard. 4.5 out of 5. It is very, very funny with 4 really good actors. I'm throwing Seth Rogen in there with it. And it is, it's an adult comedy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it is fun.
Well, since you only gave it 4.5 stars, I'm going to have to assume the popcorn must have been stale because you gave that a rousing review.
Yeah,
right
I did. I try to hold back my 5s. You never know. It's only July. I don't want to give out a bunch of 5s before the end of the year. That is the stream team. We've got the podcast,
Love Trapped.
Yeah.
We've got I Will Find You on Netflix and The Invite in theaters now. All of them sound like winners. They're looking for something to do this weekend. There you go. Hey, quick check of the headlines on the way. We're going to let Becky Lynn do that for us. And then coming up next, the latest on Iran. Is the war on or off? And are negotiations on or off? Just depends on who you ask. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
This deal is important. If the U.S. goes back to military action and then they try to shut down the strait. Now, the president has said, we'll take the strait over and we'll charge a toll, which I think is a horrible idea. I think it's a bad precedent to set for any country.
Is this Hormuz news?
Yeah, Hormuz news.
It's a new segment I wanted to try.
Yeah, here on Sesame Street. It's going to be a new segment we're going to do. Hormuz news.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, my buddy Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands and thousands of dollars compared to other implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bubble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbax.com.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. More mixed messaging from President Trump regarding whether Iran is ready to renegotiate. In a social media post, the president said Iran asked to come back to talks. But the U.S. and Iran have been trading strikes this week, and Iran has been taking a tough stance against the U.S. in public comments. Here's more from ABC's Olivia Rubin at the White House.
The U.S. launching 2 nights worth of strikes against Iran around the region. But before that, a U.S. official had said that technical talks were continuing. Specifically, they said that they were continuing as it relates to the issue of Iran's nuclear capabilities. But remember, that has been essentially the same issue that brought the United States into this war in the first place.
Rain. That's a beautiful sound, and we could hear it this weekend. Mark O'Malley with the Phoenix National Weather Service says you should be prepared to encounter some storms, especially if you're traveling.
There could be a lot of storms around the area, so if you're traveling, be prepared for that, and be prepared for some scattered storms, some strong winds and blowing dust in the Phoenix metro on Sunday.
He says there is a 40% chance of rain on Sunday. A man's dead after a collision between a pedestrian and a tow truck this morning around 3:30 a.m. near 7th Street and Thomas Road. Phoenix police say when officers and fire personnel arrived on the scene, they found an adult male with life-threatening injuries. He was taken to the hospital and was pronounced deceased. The driver of the truck remained on the scene. Early evidence shows the pedestrian stepped into the curb lane and was moving backward when the truck struck him. Checking on traffic for us right now, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway northbound near Guadalupe Road. Phoenix with the crash blocking the center lanes. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. And Mesa, disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Gilbert Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
92 overnight, 110 on Saturday, and as you heard, a good chance of rain by Sunday. Right now it's 109 in Gilbert. When the temps hit record highs, stress levels don't have to. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee and let you stay rent-free. Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Trying to keep up with what is going on halfway around the world with the war between the United States and Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. It continues to move. There is described as a diplomatic scramble as some of the nations who have been acting as intermediaries. We know some of the Gulf states, Pakistan, have been trying to negotiate. Iran and the United States have not sat in the same room for a while. They kind of talk through third parties, if you will. But as of right now, there has been little movement, if you will. The Strait of Hormuz is, in effect, closed after Iran fired, unclear to me if they were missiles or drones, at 3 commercial ships. They were 3 oil tankers that were transiting without, I guess, permission.
Okay. And then the U.S. responded to that
with strikes against Iranian facilities. Unclear what's left to bomb, but we're doing it anyway. And how about this? There is satellite imagery out that says that Iran might be attempting to rebuild some of the nuclear facilities damaged by the bombing last year. Other than that, it is going well. I got to tell you, swimmingly. How about this? What do you make of this, Joe Huizenga? A senior U.S. official, one of the involved with the negotiations, said if Iran won't allow tankers to freely traverse the Strait of Hormuz, then the two sides will, quote, never move on to negotiating on nuclear weapons, which to me sounds like exactly what Iran wants. Great. We have no intention of negotiating on nuclear weapons, and all we have to do is keep threatening boats in the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah.
Deal.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we want.
Yeah. A win for Iran here at this point isn't, hey, we're going to be, if they can't build up their nuclear capabilities, I think it's just to be the mosquito for the United States. Just
thorn in
keep,
your side.
Just keep biting them a little bit. Just keep making the U.S. itch. Just be annoying.
Well, and we know that it's annoying to a certain extent, but the impact it has on a global economy is real. And it is more than just annoying for a lot of people. We saw oil uptick. We saw gasoline uptick again. Even though it has been coming down, this does not help that situation.
It's instability. And anytime there's instability, that just means that prices are going to stay high or go higher.
Yeah. And it's funny. So we had that memorandum of understanding. Remember that?
The MOU.
I think it was the MOM is better.
Okay.
Memorandum of misunderstanding. Because the Iranians said the memorandum of understanding, the way they read it, meant they control the Strait of Hormuz. That's how they read it. And so when the United States said it was open and ships could start going through, they said that violated the deal. Like, we're not even talking the same language. Maybe it's getting lost in translation.
Or maybe one side just doesn't want to do what the other wants.
Yeah, there is that.
Because I think the U.S. would say, great, okay, you control the Strait of Hormuz. As long as it stays open, we'll let you control it. And they said, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, well, and what's been happening, and by the way, I have learned, I think we all have to a certain extent, I've learned much more about the Strait of Hormuz than I ever cared to know.
Hit me with some Strait of Hormuz facts.
Some Strait of Hormuz facts.
What do you got?
There are 3 lanes.
Okay. I already know more than I did know. Okay.
3 lanes in and out of the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay.
Okay. The international shipping lanes, if you will.
Is that like the fast lane?
Well, it goes right down the middle. Okay. The lanes are about 2 miles wide. 2 miles for incoming, 2 miles for outgoing, and there is a 2-mile buffer in between them. That's to prevent ships from running into one another, okay? Anybody that's been out to Los Angeles, we have similar lanes heading into Long Beach. If you ever taken off from LAX and seen some of the big boats, there is a lane in and lane out. I know this because I go to Catalina, and I have to watch out for the big boats sometimes, all right? So when the war started, some ships started to use, we're going to use the term non-traditional means. So there is a southern route kind of hugging the coast of Oman, which people were thinking, well, it's far enough away from Iran, maybe they can't get us. That's where the ships that were struck 2 days ago were going. They weren't going through the normal path. They were along the southern route. And
it's kind of creating their own way.
Trying to sneak out, I guess. And then there's a northern route, the one that goes right along the Iranian coast. And that's the one Iran says you need to use, so they can pick up the toll. Excuse me, it's not a toll. It's an environmental fee for transiting the Strait of Hormuz. It's roughly $2 million a ship.
It's nothing.
But they say you need to come by, and like pay the toll as you're going through. They have a toll booth set up. So we still know there are parts of the main shipping lane that most likely have mines somewhere. Because we didn't demine it all in a week or two. Like, it hasn't happened. So that's why ships have been using the other ones, other lanes, and that is dangerous. Because some of them might be shallower. If a captain or a crew make a little bit of a miscalculation, they could run aground. You could spill oil everywhere, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can have
driving the main line, you risk running into a mine, which is also dangerous.
You're slightly closer to Iran's missiles and their drones. So I don't know what the solution is, quite honestly, because I think Iran is okay with just pretending to have a nuclear program because the Strait of Hormuz has proven to be much more lucrative in threatening and harming the people they hate the most than any nuclear program has been for them over the last 46 years or whatnot. They finally found a way to hurt what they call the Great Satan. And it's the Strait of Hormuz. We don't need to drop a bomb. Missiles. We don't need missiles.
Well, let me ask some uneducated questions here.
There are no such things.
So what if the United States sent in the Navy? They sent in troops.
We do have Navy there.
So what if they tried to clear up Iran and what they're doing with these blockades and tried to tell them, hey, knock it off? And they said,
well,
hey, you know what? We're going to take it over.
Well, what do you mean?
With the Strait of Hormuz, so that Iran could not do what they're doing. We demine it, and we say, you know what? We're not going to let you control it anymore.
So here's the problem when you're talking about not military ships, you're talking about commercial traffic. There's a boat owner. There is cargo on board, oil or tank, whatever, natural gas, fertilizer, whatever, containers. Okay, so some of these ships, fully loaded, you're talking billions of dollars of commodities, goods, the worth of the ship. The concern is not, gee, they're going to blow us up. The concern is they could blow us up, and that's enough to stop the ships. Iran hasn't been firing at ships until recently. Because, again, they claim we violated the MOU.
Well, they also probably don't have a ton of missiles and drones left.
But the threat alone is enough. If it's your ship with billions of dollars of cargo or whatnot, or your ship worth hundreds of millions of dollars, are you willing to roll the dice and say, well, I'm sure we won't be the one they shoot at?
No, you're not.
And so that's it. The threat alone is what keeps it shut. And that's where we are right now. So we'll continue to update you on it. Checking the headlines coming up next. Becky Lynn will do that for us. The WNBA, the Caitlin Clarks. What team does she play for again?
She plays for the Indiana Fever.
Caitlin Clarks were in town last night.
Yeah.
She did not play.
Nope.
But why are politicians trying to get into the WNBA's rules? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, can't tell you how many times I've spoken to friends or colleagues that are first-time home buyers who tell me they think they need 20% down to buy a house. Goodness gracious, you do not need 20% to buy a house. Or they think their credit is not good enough, but they don't actually know what good enough actually means. So here's the deal. The Lund Mortgage Team. Many first-time home buyers are out here and they're just guessing. Maybe this is you. Guessing is what is keeping you from pulling the trigger on buying a house. I want you to call the Lund Mortgage Team. Here's what they'll do. You will get pre-qualified. That is free. You'll get an answer in just a few hours, and you'll walk away knowing exactly what you can afford and what programs you qualify for. There's probably a program built for someone exactly like you. Talk to the Lund Mortgage Team. 623-875-9940. Get pre-qualified for free, and then go look at houses. LundMortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
1877 Cars for Kids.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. This time of year, it only takes a microsecond to melt a snowflake here in Arizona, but retailers are already getting ready for the holiday shopping season. ASU supply chain professor Hitendra Chaturvedi says holiday goods are already pouring into the ports on their way to the retailers.
Because of tariffs, they're front-loading it so that they could get away from tariffs. But they're being very, very cautious.
He says it looks like retailers are cautiously optimistic, but not overly exuberant about holiday shopping. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Werner Road. Phoenix again crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria southbound near Camelback Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of people listening are asking, do I have enough money to retire? So how do you help those people?
Well, Jim, the first thing I tell people is do not guess. We cash flow the retirement plan at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax using planning software like eMoney to model your income, expenses, taxes, investment withdrawals, inflation, and so forth.
Okay, so this is not just looking at how much they've saved.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on their cash flow model. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not just in year one, but 20 or 30 years down the road.
So what should listeners do next?
They should have their retirement cash flow tested before making the retirement decision.
Find out if your retirement plan will live as long as you. Get a free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, you go to KTAR.com. You head to the right side of the page. There is Gatos. I would not say it. It's his beautiful face. So today's Big Q poll. You ready? Do you think the American dream, you work hard, you'll get ahead, that thing, still holds true?
Yes.
Yes, it never held true, or it held true but does not anymore.
I voted yes.
You voted yes.
I did.
I think it held true but does not anymore is going to win, but it's going to be spread out. I'm going to go that 41%.
Okay.
How'd I do?
You did pretty well. It held true but does not anymore did win.
Okay.
With 48%.
I was in the ballpark there.
Yes, 42%. And it never held true, 10%.
So there's certainly some changing attitudes towards the American dream. And I think it probably also depends a lot on how old you are.
I say all the time, I think it's evolving.
That's fair.
Yep.
That is absolutely fair. Whatever happened to we want to keep our politics and sports separate? You remember that? Wasn't that a big deal?
That should just be the way it is. What do you mean whatever happened to that?
Yeah, well, it's not. A group of 11 Republican lawmakers have sent a letter By the way, a strongly worded email, no doubt, to the commissioner of the WNBA demanding accountability for the on-court treatment of the Indiana Caitlin Clark star, Caitlin Clark.
Or else what?
These lawmakers allege she is facing unnecessary physical hostility and violence, and specifically pointed out the incident where one of the Phoenix Mercury players might have given her a throat punch while she was on the ground.
Did you watch basketball in the 80s, Bruce?
Bill Lambier?
Of course, bad boy Pistons.
Congress should have passed a law against Bill Lambier.
It was shenanigans every night.
Unbelievable. Congress wants to get involved in the refereeing on Caitlin Clark, for the love of God.
Like, what does Caitlin Clark think about all this? That's what I want to know.
I don't hear her talk much about anything.
No,
do you?
neither do I. No,
she's
not at all.
She's not like out front doing that.
And if you're the WNBA, A, you don't want Congress getting involved. But
in your refereeing?
But B, don't you want to protect your star? So that's why it just seems like these 11 representatives just want to make a name for themselves here. Like, the WNBA doesn't wake up and go, you know what? It'd be a good look for us if we just let one of our biggest faces of the league just get the snot kicked out of her every night.
Yeah. They said these incidents go far beyond routine physical play, the congressman wrote. Yet the WNBA and its officiating have too often failed to address these unacceptable incidents and hold players accountable.
You know what? We should
I need Congress to get involved with the NFL and define what is a catch.
Let's just let them be the refs.
There you go. They do such a great job now. Well, they're not doing anything right now, so they might as well get involved in refereeing sports.
Take a few senators, few representatives, just put them out on the field.
You guys, you make the call.
Uh-huh.
Checking the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn. She's going to do that.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer Becky Lynn, along with the Ghetto Boys Hall of Famers. And coming up next, KTAR Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer. Really interesting story she has about how kids today aren't writing like pen and paper. Everything's on a computer. And how's that changing learning? We'll talk to her next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and I just bought brand new windows from Advanced Window Products. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company, 40 years of experience locally. They've also got thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews. One of many reasons I went with Advanced Window Products, they build their windows locally, right here in Phoenix, Arizona. I wanted my home quieter. New windows from Advanced Window Products guarantees that. It's summertime. I wanted to stop overpaying on the energy bills. Your windows should pay you back. Mine will. Call Advanced Window Products today. 623-253-6800. AdvancedWindows.com. Advanced Window Products promises fast installation. Most homes can have their windows and doors installed in just one day. Sales, installation, all handled 100% in-house. And you get a lifetime warranty. AdvancedWindows.com, 623-253-6800. Tell them Gatos sent you.
Thanks, Gatos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Gatos, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 623-253-6800. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 623-253-6800 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
It's time to vote for your favorite companies in Ranking Arizona. Show your support and vote for your favorite Ranking Arizona companies in over 300 categories. Your votes determine who is the best in Arizona business, from high-tech to healthcare and restaurants to real estate. Visit azbigmedia.com. Click on the Ranking Arizona tab, choose your favorite, and cast your vote for Ranking AZ 2027. Let Arizonans know who you recommend doing business with. Vote now through July 31st at azbigmedia.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
LaDonna here. There are several ways you can go about selling a home, and a lot of those ways include a whole lot of work on your part. What if you could avoid that? What if you had Orchard on your side? A lot of home sellers just get one offer, and it's never enough. With Orchard offers, you don't get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, and they are competing for your home. If they're competing, does that mean more money in your pocket? Well, here's how it works. An Orchard agent submits your home to an exclusive network of local cash buyers. They compete to buy your home. You are the one who picks the winner. Imagine that. No repairs, no showings, no settling for way less than you should. Get started. Get a free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
That much more important when it's that hot. I mean, that kind of heat can literally be deadly.
A man who's continuing to provide aid in Phoenix parks despite city restrictions says that work is especially important in this extreme heat. KTAR's Ballon Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
Founder of Christian volunteer group St. Herman's Table, Lance Brace, is involved in a lawsuit against the city of Phoenix challenging rules passed in May, making it harder to hold aid events for unhoused people in city parks. For now, he's still providing food and water at Cave Creek Park every Thursday because he says that's where the need is.
And our homeless neighbors spend a lot of time outside, so it's very important for us to be here. We bring extra water, extra ice, help keep everybody cool.
KTAR has also learned a survey by the city of Phoenix that gauged support on the park use restrictions before they were approved had nearly 70% of respondents opposed the measure, which the city never made public. Live in the news center, Ballon Overstolz, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to the city of Phoenix for comment on that.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The two front runners for Arizona's governor's race don't agree on much, but there is one issue where they're finding some common ground.
Data centers have become a hot-button issue across the country, especially in Arizona, where water is at a premium. Congressman Andy Biggs is among those with concerns. He exclusively tells the AZ Political podcast with Jim Sharp his requirements before he could sign off on more of them here.
Folks from data centers who've come to talk to me have said, look, no more subsidies and no more special gifts.
you find a way to supply your power without encroaching on residential commercial power in Arizona. And you have to find a way to have a closed-loop water so you don't chew up all of our water.
Hobbs echoes those concerns, and Lightbids is okay with data centers only if they benefit Arizona. She tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We're really addressing those concerns that community members have about data centers coming into their communities. There's places where they make sense, and we shouldn't be stopping them where they make sense.
Hobbs recently pushed through a 3-year moratorium on tax breaks for new data centers in the state's budget. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Near Sedona, the pocket fire has burned more than 27,000 acres, with containment increasing to 73% today. Anthony Raposa, with the response team battling the fire, describes their efforts in keeping the fire out of Oak Creek Canyon.
Up into Oak Creek Canyon, where we have our open line, where we're not able to make access with the folks, boots on the ground, we continue to work helicopters in there, dropping retardant to ensure that all of that stays put.
He says crews have turned the corner in the battle against the pocket fire. A Chandler doctor is under arrest on suspicion of sexual assault. This comes after 2 women reported Dr. Hassan Khan had touched them inappropriately during appointments in 2025. Chandler police established probable cause to arrest Khan through the statements of the women involved, and he was booked on 1 count of sexual assault and another count of sexual abuse. Both are felony charges. You can read more details on the crimes he's accused of at KTAR.com. At least 31 states reporting cases of a parasitic disease that health officials say can lead to uncomfortable gastrointestinal symptoms. It's called cyclosporiasis, and it's not entirely clear what the root cause is, but health officials say it could be linked to contaminated fresh produce or water. Here's ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
It just takes a small amount to infect people. It can be on contaminated fruits, vegetables, water that may be contaminated by human waste, people who were previously infected. And if you do ingest a parasite and get sick, it causes inflammation in your gut to the point where you can't absorb water or food. And this can cause, and I'm saying this scientifically, explosive watery diarrhea.
And he says the good news is you can treat it with antibiotics. Let's check your ride home now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Werner Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Bell Road and Tatum Boulevard. And Phoenix again with a crash on 19th Avenue and Wood Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
92 overnight, tomorrow 110, and then starting Sunday through about Thursday of next week, 30 to 40% chance of rain and storms each day. In Tempe, now it's 108. Record-breaking heat across the valley, but selling your home shouldn't feel like it. Homes 2X buys on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Visit homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 to 6. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3. And you got to tell you, a lot of people will tell you, hour number 3 is the best of the hours. In for Gatos is one Joe Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga, thank you for being here today.
Hello, Bruce. Thanks for having me.
Excellent to have you with us. You know what? I think we can all understand that when we went to school, for many of us back in the 1900s, school today looks very different. Is that fair?
Very fair.
I mean, we had a computer lab. We had one room that had some computers in it.
We had, like 4 or 5 computers.
Okay.
And not until, probably, I want to say like 3rd grade.
Yeah.
The computer was like an imaginary thing until then.
Yeah, it was the size of a house. Like, we can't have one at school. No. Are you crazy? So there's no doubt that education and teaching, it looks very different. Well, Shira Tanzer is our Education Solutions reporter. And we had a chance to talk to her about a piece she did about kind of how it's changing. And I'll make this argument. There isn't as much paper and pen necessarily going on, right? It's a little more typing and computers and screens. Is it better or worse, or is it just different and changing?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's changing. Not that they're diminishing, although some aspects of those skills are diminishing, but it definitely is changing. So yeah, like you said, we used to have, pen and paper. I remember using those exact same things to practice my handwriting. But these days, most kids, once they learn cursive is a requirement. In
it
Arizona
is. It's
school.
still,
yes.
okay, we
Kids
still
in
teach
Arizona
cursive.
Are required to learn cursive.
Kind of, right?
After they learn cursive. So you can read the Declaration of Independence?
Okay, fine. All right.
But sure,
it's important skill to have.
As soon as cursive is taught, though, in Arizona schools,
they can move on.
They don't have to keep.
They just have to teach it.
They don't have to keep teaching it.
Correct. So a lot more students now are using laptops either for some of their work or all of their work in some cases. It kind of depends on the individual classroom. But when you are typing so much and not necessarily using pen to paper, I spoke with Terry Clark from Read On Arizona, and she said there's a lot of research that actually shows that there are learning skills that students are not gaining anymore because of that. When you use pen and paper, it processes differently in your brain, right? It helps you retain information. It makes you memorize things differently. It helps you kind of internalize it differently. It helps you learn the language differently. And when you're typing, you're just not gaining the same level of foundational literacy skills that you are with pen and paper.
No, and I always remember this, like note taking. Like the thing about note taking wasn't so much the notes, it was writing things down. And writing it down made an imprint in some way, shape, or form in your brain. And we're learning that typing away on a laptop does not have the same imprint. It's different.
Right. You're still learning. You're just learning differently. And then there's also on top of that, all the new technology like AI, which is kind of taking those learning skills even further back for students. I spoke to a teacher, Mintreat Dow from Tempe. He's an English language teacher, and he really talked about how his students are making basic mistakes, spelling, grammar, because they have spell check, they have Grammarly, they have Microsoft Word putting a little squiggly line underneath that's telling them what they're doing wrong. So they're not actually internalizing those lessons as well. On top of that, you have things like PowerPoints and presentations where you used to have to be so creative and put in so much effort and work to make it your own. And now you can just have AI, add little emojis for you everywhere and make it unique in that way. And they're just not putting the same effort into it. So he really said that he's trying to make sure that his students have those same skills, but he's having to adapt how he's teaching. So he's having to either use pen and paper for some assignments, having students look at it different, maybe make it more creative to kind of overcompensate for that lack of root memorization that comes from handwriting.
Shira Tanzer, KTAR News Education Solutions reporter with us right now. Did you mutter she's the best? Oh, she's absolutely the best. But Shira, you mentioned some of the downsides to sticking with the screens. You also mentioned the upsides, though, too. I mean, spell check, that's great. Don't have to get the spelling perfect anymore. What's the need for the spelling bee if you've just got the spell check right there?
We don't need no dang spelling bee.
No, you got spell check right there with you. And the screens can do things. If you can just ask AI, could some of these things be bypassed? Are we making much ado about, not necessarily nothing here, but are we just learning differently? And there are some benefits.
For sure. I mean, I think it's the same as the how much math do you need if you have a calculator kind of argument, which has been made for years. But math is still taught in school because we as a society have determined that those are important skills to have. It helps create different pathways in your brain that can help you with future careers, even if it's not using those exact skills. So they are still things that are being taught in classrooms. But I do think you're right. We will simply see how it changes because the skills that are needed for the future are also shifting. So yeah, getting that online education is also prepping these kids for careers that maybe will use AI, that will require them to type faster, so it is prepping them for a whole other world of careers. But at the same time, they are falling back on some of those skills that maybe used to be considered essential.
It is. I see the balance, because let's be honest, hopefully we're teaching kids how to succeed in the future world, not just today. They need to have skills and talents to be able to survive for the next 40 or 50 years. God knows what that's going to look like. Yeah, it's almost like we ought to teach more typing. I mean, isn't that?
Were you typing when you came out of school?
No, I never took typing in school. I still do the hunt and peck a little bit. I've gotten better at it.
Would tell me every summer you need to use Mavis Beacon teaches typing. There's a whole program on it.
Oh, I thought your teacher was named Mavis Beacon.
No, it's this whole program.
Which I would have loved because that is a phenomenal typing teacher's named Mavis Beacon.
But I didn't come out of high school being able to type.
No,
I like you. kind of hunt and packed. And then I just memorized the keyboard to the point where I could learn to type. But now
I don't type classically. You know what I'm saying?
I bet kids now come out of school, and I bet they are much better typers than any of us were when we went through school.
It's probably all talk to text now. Are you kidding me? Why type? You can just talk it in.
That's even better.
Although they make more typos than the kids are.
Yeah. I am a big fan of the spell check, though, because I have never in my life, what is this, the year of our Lord 2026?
Mm-hmm.
I've never spelled the word receipt properly the first time.
Everyone
Never.
has one. Mine's definitely.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't spell receipt. I haven't the foggiest idea. Right now, I couldn't spell it. I have no idea. And I'm one of those ones where I spell it so poorly, spell check just looks at me and goes, yeah, no, don't know. Don't know what you were trying to spell. I'm like, receipt. Come on.
Is this recipient? What are you going for here?
No, a receipt. Like a piece of paper. I'm like, what do you... Anyway, Shara, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
We've got some challenges. Kids have some unique challenges today that we never had to deal with, to say the least. And it is interesting how technology is really changing the way they are learning, and maybe not all for the better. Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt that it's different. There's no doubt that it's different. I feel like at times we're conducting this huge social experiment on kids. We're going to give you cell phones. We're going to give you social media. We're going to give you 24/7 access to all the information in the world. We're going to give you AI.
We're going to let you rule the world.
And then go figure it out. You guys, good luck.
And then we're just going to get old and get wrinkles and die, and you just take over.
Well, there is that. All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines. We're going to let Becky Lynn do that for us. She's going to get you up to speed on what you need to know. And then coming up next, when you say Texas Roadhouse to me, I think of the rolls.
Oh, they're pretty good.
Oh, when they touch your lips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my
They just
God.
melt, don't they?
But does everybody that work at Texas Roadhouse really love their jobs? Says they do. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A 5-day hearing has concluded in Provo, Utah, for the man accused of killing conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. AP reporter Hannah Schoenbaum was in the courtroom as the video was played showing defendant Tyler Robinson on the rooftop where he allegedly fired on Kirk.
I observed an individual on the rooftop of a campus building running across and then dropping into a crawling position and crawling to the edge, where prosecutors have said that there's a clear line of sight to where Kirk was under a tent speaking in the campus quad.
The judge will decide if the case will go to trial after another hearing September 1st. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Get us home, Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound near Warner Road. And then a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Bell Road and Tatum Boulevard. And Phoenix again with a crash on 19th Avenue and Wood Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
LaDonna here. The housing market appears to be a complete mess. Economist Evan Taylor from U of A explains what's happening on Money Monday. That's Monday morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Obviously, we're in the peak of summer, and water safety matters more than ever. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to look away from your kids around water. Text the word swim to 620-620 to learn about the 5 layers of protection. That's swim to 620-620. So, other than radio, Joe Huizenga in for Gibbs. Hey, what other, you've had any other jobs in your life?
I was a maintenance technician.
I don't know what that is.
It means I cleaned up cigarettes outside and basically cleaned out offices.
Maintenance technician.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I delivered inter-office mail for a company.
Okay.
What else have I done? Not much.
Okay.
I
I once worked a summer at the AMC Elcon 6 theaters. It was my first foray into the entertainment industry as an usher, where I would tear tickets.
Okay.
You know, but thankfully I never worked at a place that I would say treated me like the Texas Roadhouse treats its employees.
Oh, well, how are they treating their employees?
Well, I'm just going to say this. First off, I don't eat at the Texas Roadhouse nearly enough for my liking.
You love those biscuits.
They're unreal. I just don't even know. They like sprinkle crack on them or something. It's something else. But they have a dress code.
Okay, well, most restaurants do.
Well, this one's a little more mandatory. And it is a T-shirt that servers have to wear.
Oh, you say have to wear. I'm seeing optional.
Well, we're going to get into that.
Uh-huh.
And
what's the shirt got?
The shirts, they say Texas Roadhouse on the front. That's fine.
Okay.
But on the back, in big letters, it says, I love my job.
What's so bad about that?
Do they really? Do all of them really love their job?
They get to be really close to those biscuits.
It strikes me like,
if you love your job, you shouldn't have to say you
shouldn't
love your
have to
job.
wear a T-shirt that says "I love my job."
Yes,
I will know that you love your job by the way you serve me biscuits.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I will get it in your attitude and everything about you. But wearing a T-shirt or being forced to wear a T-shirt that says "I love my job" seems a little weird. Now, you did say, and according to Texas Roadhouse officials.
Now, one person replied on a thread, and they said workers have the option, but they were the only shirts they were given were these from management.
So you have an option.
Yeah, the
but
shirts
your option
were optional.
Is it has to be the shirt that says "I love my job" on it because we're not giving you anything else to wear with the logo.
Well, maybe you could get another shirt, but these were the only ones that were given out by management.
So when I heard that Texas Roadhouse is forcing its servers to wear a shirt that says "I love my job," the first thing that came into my head, and by the way, you made the point. Well, you know, it's optional. You don't have to wear the shirt that says "I love my job." But if you don't wear the shirt that says "I love my job," do you love your job here? Do you want to keep working here? All I could think about was Office Space.
And we need to talk about your flare.
Gotta talk about flare.
Really? I have 15 pieces on.
Well, okay, 15 is the minimum.
Minimum.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you know, it's up to you whether or not you want to just do the bare minimum or... Well, like Brian, for example, has 37 pieces of flare on today, okay? And a terrific smile.
Okay, so you want me to wear more?
Bruce, you strike me as a 15 pieces of flare kind of guy.
I would be at 14 probably, just a triple dog arrow.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're not a Brian.
No. Isn't that what it sounds like? We're not saying you have to wear the "I love my job" shirt.
Mm-hmm. But if you don't.
But if you don't, what does that say about you?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say about your commitment to the Texas Roadhouse family?
Well, some people say that management there is incredibly corporate and that there are other pieces to the dress code. Can't have ripped jeans. And if you are a guy, you need to come to every shift.
Okay.
Clean shaven.
What?
Or have a trim, well-kept facial hair style.
Would you and I make the cut?
I would not. There's no way.
Is this?
This
is not well kept?
No, that is more than 5 o'clock shadow.
But it's well kept.
No, mine is not, for sure. Yours, maybe.
I'm screwed. I'm never going to get a gig at the Texas Roadhouse. Can I give you another reason why I'm not going to be working at the Texas Roadhouse?
What do you got?
You have to line dance.
Now you can't dance or won't dance.
They're saying it's not mandatory.
But if you don't want to dance.
But there is specific times when they play certain songs, and you're supposed to line dance in the restaurant. So you got to wear a shirt that says "I love my job."
Mm-hmm.
You can wear anything you want, but the only one we're going to give you says "I love my job," and you need to line dance whenever God knows what comes on.
I like this too. Female servers have to show up well groomed. But also, I'm strange that this doesn't apply to the male servers. No loud colors.
Define loud.
I think my jacket today would be
you
loud.
would never make the cut. Besides your unkept facial hair, your choice of attire.
Some people say my jackets are stupid. Some say they're annoying.
Some say.
Some say I'm seeking attention.
Rarely do we say it to your face, though.
I just say I like to dress how I feel.
Okay. And today you feel like you look like my driveway after it rains and the little oil patch under my car gets wet.
Exactly.
That's
I
kind
feel
of what it looks like.
amazing.
That's a little bit what it looks like. Yeah, you've got that going for you. He's Joe Huizenga. He's in for Gatos today. And coming up next, yesterday, Governor Hobbs was right here in this studio. And we wanted to talk to her about data centers. She's been relatively outspoken about it. By the way, leading Republican candidate Andy Biggs has been outspoken against data centers. It's apparently the one thing all politicians can agree on. They don't like data centers. We want to know more about it. Our conversation with her, it's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Road Trip with amazing Arizonans from KTAR. Mike Broomhead talks hospitality and great food with Jeff Mastro and Oliver Baggio. Running a zoo with Wildlife World Zoo's Christy Hayden. How to make it as a farmer in the valley with Schnepp Farms Mark and Carrie Schnepp. These episodes plus a lot more conversations between Mike Broomhead and amazing Arizonans on the podcast page at KTAR.com, on our YouTube channel, and on the KTAR News app. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Got a great deal for you right now. When you call Central Valley Dentistry and mention my name, just say Broomhead, get $1,500 off a complete dental implant smile restoration, including your final zirconia teeth. No hidden fees, no surprise costs. That's the deal. Now, you know me. I don't put my name behind anything unless I really believe in it. I believe in Dr. Behbahani and the team at Central Valley Dentistry. They're a full-service smile makeover center, everything under one roof. All on for implants, Invisalign, veneers, crowns, even treatment for snoring and sleep apnea. It's simple and very straightforward. Whether you're dealing with missing teeth or you're just ready for a full smile makeover, they've got you covered. You can call their office at 602-246-0385. Mention my name, Broomhead. Get that $1,500 off right away, or go to centralvalleydentistry.com. That's centralvalleydentistry.com. The Smile Makeover Center.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 17th, kids get in free, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets for the weekend at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. KTAR News now.
Coming up on 4:30, good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A Chandler doctor is under arrest on suspicion of sexual assault.
The arrest comes after 2 women reported Dr. Hassan Khan had touched them inappropriately during appointments in 2025 at American Medical Associates' office at Chandler Boulevard and Cooper Road. Chandler police established probable cause to arrest Khan through the statements of the women involved. He was booked on 1 count of sexual assault and another count of sexual abuse, both felony charges. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
A GoFundMe campaign's underway to raise money for the family of a toddler who was pronounced dead but later found alive in a morgue. 18-month-old Vincent Fiordellino was rushed to a hospital February 8th after he was found floating face down in a pool. And a doctor at Mercy Gilbert Hospital pronounced him dead, but he was later found to be breathing. The family says Vincent is now breathing on his own, but is facing therapy and a long recovery. The family also is reportedly considering legal action.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
As Valley community members petition Governor Katie Hobbs to declare a state of emergency over Valley homelessness in Arizona, she tells KTAR.
People think a state of emergency can solve a lot of problems, and it's for very specific purposes. So I don't know if that's the right answer, but we're certainly willing to work with folks around the state to help address this issue.
The petition has been pushed by Austin Davis with Tempe nonprofit AZ Hugs. He says there isn't enough shelter available to get families out of the extreme heat and is urging the governor to take action. You could be lucky enough to hear that sound this weekend, the sound of rain. Phoenix meteorologist at the National Weather Service, Mark O'Malley, says the weather patterns will become far more favorable for showers and storms across the state.
The best chance of showers and thunderstorms in the Phoenix metro will arrive late Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. There's about a 40% chance that thunderstorms will affect anyone in the metro area.
He also mentions the possibility of strong winds that could bring dust and thunderstorms over the weekend. Let's see how it looks as you're heading home this afternoon. Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Warner Road. A quick look into our surface streets. Sun Valley with a crash on 107th Avenue and Grand Avenue. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low temp, 92. Now our extreme heat warning expires at 8 o'clock. And tomorrow our high should be 110. And by Sunday, partly cloudy, 109, 40% chance of rain lingering right on into Monday when our high should be 108. Currently in Carefree, it's 105 degrees. When the temps hit record highs, stress levels don't have to. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee and let you stay rent-free. Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Yeah, DJ Mad Max over there, we started off with a Public Enemy at the beginning of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Some Bruce Hornsby now, for God's sakes. We've gone all over the place.
You're doing good with all these artists.
I know all this. Come on.
Lindsey Sterling tripped you up,
Not so
though.
much.
I
Not
threw
so
another
much.
one at you that I'm going to see
Never
tonight.
Heard of who?
Joji.
Yeah, no. I'm a hard no on that.
Justin, you've heard of Joji? See, Justin, it's a Justin artist.
The damn kids today. So yesterday, Governor Hobbs was here in studio, and data centers have become a hot button issue. And I say that with a little bit of sarcasm. Because in a world of R's and D's arguing about everything, it appears they all agree on data centers.
Kinda.
Yeah. Nobody is strongly coming out in favor of data centers because they know that opposition to them crosses political lines, crosses everything. Nobody wants one anywhere near their community. How's that?
Yeah, big money in data centers.
Oh, well, making them,
but
they don't have any employees.
But the Bruces and Joes of the world say, I don't want a data center backed up to my house.
And people are concerned about water. They're concerned about electrical rates. Well, we asked Governor Hobbs about the data centers and about maybe are some of them trying to play fast and loose with the rules.
Is Arizona becoming too dependent on data centers?
Well, I just want to say that concern is not, there's that concern, I'm hearing that concern everywhere. And that is why I fought for some data center issues in the state budget. And when I introduced my budget, we asked for a repeal of the data center tax incentive. And we negotiated and got to a 3-year pause on that data center tax incentive. This was something that passed 13 years ago. I voted for it. Arizona is now the top 10, in the top 10 markets in the country for data centers, and they have a purpose. We all rely on them, even if we don't know it. That when you talk about the cloud, that's the cloud. It's also how when you Google something and quickly get an answer that is AI generated, it's coming from those data centers. We all rely on them. But I think it is important that we craft the right policies to address these concerns, to ensure that they're paying for themselves, that they're not sucking all the power and passing those costs onto other consumers, and that they're not overpumping our groundwater that we know is a limited resource here, and that we're really addressing those concerns that community members have about data centers coming into their communities. There's places where they make sense, and we shouldn't be stopping them where they make sense.
Governor Hobbs, Axios is reporting that data center developers submitted nearly as many of the tax incentive applications in the last 2 weeks before this moratorium went into effect as they did in the previous 13 years combined. They all were trying to get in under the wire, for lack of better terms. Does that not just defeat this entire program if we could double or triple the number of them overnight?
It does not. So the Arizona Commerce Authority has a thorough vetting process for those applications. And all of these applications that came in, we know people were trying to rush to get in before the moratorium went into place. That doesn't mean that they're all ready. And so
it's not a rubber stamp.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
So all of these applications are going to be thoroughly vetted and to determine that they are eligible for this tax credit before it's issued.
Okay.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs with us. Couple more minutes in studio.
We are facing, as a state, about a 77% cut in our share of Colorado River water, i.e. the Central Arizona Project, which Phoenix and Tucson and the surrounding communities depend on so much. The negotiations, I've heard it described as deadlocked. Basically, Colorado, or the upstreamers, I know you guys have terms for them. The people north of us are fighting to keep the water, and we're fighting to try to get more of it. How does this get resolved? Because Gatos and I talk about it. I say no one's going to care until you turn the faucet on and nothing comes out.
Right. So that 77% number is alarming, and that is why it was so important for when we did get to a place where we were deadlocked with all of the 7 basin states, that we worked with Colorado and Nevada, the 2 other lower basin states, and we submitted an alternative plan. So that, and that is a short-term plan that will get us another couple years to get to a better agreement, a permanent agreement with all 7 states. But that 77% is not acceptable to Arizona, and it's why it was so important to give the federal government an alternative, which we did, and we've been really pressing them to accept that plan. Now, nobody wants to end up in court, but we know it might get there, and we know that our share of Colorado River water is too important to let the feds make decisions that aren't good for Arizona. I've secured funding in last year's budget, this year's budget to litigate if we have to, and we will. We're ready to, because it is too important.
So we're prepared if Colorado River cuts become reality.
Yes.
I mean, it's still a concern. And nobody knows exactly what it's going to look like. Even if it goes to court, there isn't a guarantee that Arizona gets everything it's asking for. Again, we are literally fighting with California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado. We're
Mexico.
Mexico. We're fighting with all of this over what you get. And I actually ran into, God, it was weird. I ran into a lawyer who's representing California in this lawsuit. And I said, explain it to me like I'm an idiot. And he said, well, the original sin goes back to when they first signed the deal.
When was that?
40s.
Oh, great. Okay.
And they used
80 years ago.
They used the average water, the average amount of water.
Flow.
Yeah. They had 3 years. Those were the historically 3 highest years of all time. It has never been at that level since. So when you divvied it up, you were playing with a volume that doesn't exist anymore. So everybody downstream is fighting, saying, well, where's our cut? Well, you might be getting the same percentage you were getting, but you ain't getting anywhere near the amount. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, yep.
Yeah. And so, listen, the state of Arizona is... I think the reality is, whether we like it or not, and whether Governor Hobbs takes him to court or whoever does, we are going to have to learn to live with less when it comes to water. Does that mean agriculture? Does that mean cities? Does that mean industry? But there's going to be less.
And everybody wants their share from that original deal in the 40s.
Nobody wants to give up any part of their deal. Yeah.
Bruce, you do a lot of flying. You fly all over the country.
Getting on an airplane tonight.
Do you feel like me that when people get on an airplane, usually it's the passengers who, some of them they swallow some stupid pills?
They get to the airport early and start drinking.
Well, when we come back, we are going to talk about a story where it wasn't the passengers that swallowed the stupid pills.
Oh, boy.
But the flight crew might have indulged a little bit. And we'll tell you what they ended up doing to a passenger. It's coming up next on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, I can't be the only person that had an old 401k sitting with a past employer. It was just sitting there. I would get these envelopes quarterly, right? And I'd look at it and go, okay. I thought I was doing all right. I didn't know what I didn't know. Probably was a little bit afraid to ask. I sat down with a fiduciary advisor at Trajan Wealth, and I showed him, look, I've got an old 401k sitting there. Yeah. So that account was in no way, shape, or form coordinated with my current financial life, nor was it in line with any of my expectations. The longer you wait to convert that 401k, the longer you wait for someone to look at it, well, the more it could cost you, literally. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you bring that old 401k or anything else you have into one cohesive plan, a plan that's working for you, for your goals, for your expectations. And it's simple. Give them a call. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's right, 855-TRAJAN-1, and you could make that right now. You can make an appointment with them, and there's no obligation. You can also check them out online. They're at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome. Yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws.
You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium, July 17th through 19th. Find inspiration for remodeling, landscaping, and design. Shop for houseplants, free craft and cooking workshops, including pasta making. Bring the family for live magic shows and kids activities too. Spin and win at the Pink Prize Tent, plus free reusable shopping totes and giveaways all weekend long. Don't miss it. July 17th through 19th inside State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump will let the bipartisan housing affordability bill become law without his signature. The president today saying in a Truth Social post that he is withholding his signature, quote, in protest over the fact that the U.S. Senate is not capable of passing the Save America Act. Trump had hoped to use the housing bill as leverage to encourage Congress to pass the Save America Act that would give the executive branch more power over elections. Now, unless Trump vetoes the housing bill, it will become law in 10 days. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking the road home now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp. I-10 Maricopa Freeway. Westbound near Werner Road. This report is brought to you by Mist America, Arizona's leader in premier outdoor cooling. Text MIST to 620-620 for the 10% off Gato special. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Visual freedom for your life. Hi, I'm Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. If you're in your 30s and sick of poking yourself in your eye with your contacts, or you're in your 50s playing, "Where did I leave my readers?" or in your 80s pretending your cataracts are just a little fog? Relax. We've got a procedure for your eyes.
King LASIK and K2 Vision. Solutions for the young to the youngish. Book your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
This is Pat McMahon, and I've been talking to you about Kaiko Roofing for a long time now. This time of year, mostly how to keep the inside of your home monsoon-proof. Just call Kaiko, 602-944-4600. Ask for someone to come out and check the condition of your roof at no charge. That's how I originally found out about Kaiko. I called them because my roof is nowhere I should be. And besides, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway, so here's what really sold me on Kaiko. They came down off the roof after the checkup and told me, now get this, they told me everything looked fine, no repairs needed. Thanks for calling Kaiko. Well, that told me all I needed to know about the way Kaiko does business. And if they do find something that needs repair, Kaiko will even offer finance options. Call Kaiko Roofing, 602-944-4600 before the monsoon comes to your house. Remember what Monty says.
Kaiko Roofing. We're crazy about quality.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
We're going to have to add this to the list of things you can't do on an airplane, Joe Huizenga. Are you ready?
I am ready.
I've never flown Breeze Airways. They're more of an East Coast one. They fly a lot out of Florida. But there was a flight Tuesday that when it landed, all right, in Florida, out of New York, the pilot came on and told passengers, please stay in your seats. We had a security incident, and law enforcement would be coming on the plane.
So you got an unruly passenger.
Oh, bomb threat, maybe?
Yeah.
Right?
Or somebody
Terrorism?
who's trying to rip the door open,
You've
get into
heard
the
of that,
cockpit,
right?
or jump out the side. Yeah.
Well, cops boarded the plane.
Okay.
As predicted, made a beeline. They're there in row 17. Tell a man to get up. He's handcuffed and taken off the plane where he was questioned by police.
Cuffed and stuffed.
Why, you say? The flight attendants allege that this man took a snack off of the snack cart without paying for it.
He took like the pretzels?
Took a bag of pretzel. Unclear what he took.
Thing of chips?
The police report does not state the specific item that he allegedly pilfered off of the snack cart.
But we're talking singular item here.
They said snack, singular, not snacks, plural. The man was later released. Allegedly, he offered to pay for said snack.
Oh.
So maybe that made it all good in the end.
So it was not just one of the freebie snacks that they hand out. It was a premium snack.
Yeah, I think this is one of those airlines that charges for everything.
They charge for the pretzels sometimes?
Wow. Have you never? I don't fly those airlines. I'm going to make no bones
I
about
flew
it.
one of them
I
one time.
am way too bougie to fly an airline that's going to charge me for a glass of water.
I flew the one that just went under a few months ago once.
I would never get on that plane.
It was not
There's
fun.
zero. I'd walk.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way. But yeah. They managed to basically arrest a guy for taking some pretzels or peanuts off of the snack cart.
Wow.
I think he's going to get banned from Breeze Airlines. Actually, they fly out of Utah, which I've just never seen them around here. I just, But remind me to be careful. Here's another one, not to leave our airlines. Barbados sounds like a lovely place to be this time of year.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? Where is it exactly? I didn't think you knew. So
probably near Wine-Betos.
No, it most certainly is not.
No.
So a British Airways flight from Barbados to London.
Okay.
330 some odd passengers. It's a big plane.
Mm-hmm.
Had to be canceled.
Canceled
the entire flight, stranding everybody in beautiful Barbados. Why, you might ask? Well, the night before, the flight crew had a bit of a party. Pilot, co-pilot, engineer.
What else would you do in Barbados?
Stewards were apparently put up at an all-inclusive resort in Barbados. And by all-inclusive, it was all the booze you could drink. And apparently this British Airways crew attempted to drink all of the booze.
There you go.
To the point that, according to guests, one stewardess vomited on her. A steward was passed out on the floor of the bar and had to be carried up to his room by other crew members.
Okay.
And passengers who showed up at the airport the next day, one of them confronted this group of apparently hungover, some of them still drunk crew members, began filming them, and the guy slurred back, "We're British Airways crew, what of it?" So the flight was canceled, not because of an unruly or drunk passenger.
Entirely drunk flight crew.
Because the flight crew went on a booze bender the night before they were supposed to get on the plane. I want to say you're supposed to have 10 hours between a drink. I've got my flight buddies. I want to say Captain Dan usually tells me, I think, not supposed to drink within 12 or 10 hours of your flight. According to some, they were up all night.
Wow. Jeez.
And showed up at the airport the next day reeking of beer and vodka. Maybe not even in that order. Maybe not even in that order.
Yeah, I'm guessing, too, if you've had several drinks, it doesn't matter if you're taking that 10 hours, too. You're, like you said, they're showing up hungover
A little bit.
Best case.
Yeah. So, British Airways says this does not meet their standards.
Can't imagine why.
You think? All right. Let Biggie take us out a little bit here. We got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And up next, we want to give you the latest on the talks with Iran. And by talks, I mean who's talking? Who's talking to who? And is anything getting done? It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Have you seen the fancy ads with celebrities talking about GLP-1 medications for weight loss? Those telehealth companies talk a big game, but you'll get more for your money at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Now, here's why. The prices are lower, no hidden fees. They give you specialized diet plans to help you succeed. You'll get coaching from real doctors to manage side effects, maintain muscle mass, and help with the maintenance plan once you've reached your goal. Look, your health is too important to compromise, so why pay more for less? And for a limited time, you can start for free. Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive the startup fee on any program. You can't afford to miss this. Go and see them in person, or you can book a consultation from the comfort of your home or office via telemed. They'll ship your medication directly to your door. Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford and get started for free. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. RedMountainWeightLoss.com or pound 250 on your smartphone. Key phrase, Red Mountain.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Hey, it's Gambo, and in Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see, the pitch, the movement, the play. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I trust the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz is the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to keep the pros seeing their best. LASIK is quick, with fast recovery and proven results. And if LASIK's not for you, there are other great options. Schedule your free consultation at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Gleason Roofing.
The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out, hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morristrust.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morristrust.com. Trust in Arizona, trust in Morris Hall.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Near Sedona, the pocket fire has burned more than 27,000 acres, but containment increased to 73% today. Anthony Raposa with the response team battling the fire describes their efforts in keeping the fire out of Oak Creek Canyon.
Up into Oak Creek Canyon, where we have our open line, where we're not able to make access with the folks, boots on the ground, we continue to work helicopters in there, dropping retardant to ensure that all of that stays put.
He says the crews have turned the corner in this battle against the pocket fire.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
We come out here and we hand out free food, drinks, hygiene items to our homeless neighbors and anyone in need.
The founder of a Christian volunteer group that's suing Phoenix over the use of city parks argues they need to be allowed to help people in need. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with the story.
Lance Brace with St. Herman's Table gathers volunteers every Thursday to provide aid to unhoused people at Cave Creek Park. In May, Phoenix restricted those events, prompting a lawsuit involving Brace to continue what he says is critical work required by his Christian Orthodox faith.
Even if we got every permit available for this park, we'd have to cut our services in half. So continuing to have the ability to do that is very important to us from a religious standpoint, if this is what we feel called to do.
And new City of Phoenix documents obtained by KTAR show a previously unreleased survey on the park use restrictions passed in May had nearly 70% opposition for more than 1,000 respondents. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to the City of Phoenix for comment. 20 years in prison for a man who murdered a 66-year-old man in an apparent random shooting in 2024. Roberto Trejos was 20 when he murdered Frank Vital in Avondale, as Vital was sitting in his car at a buffet near 99th Avenue and McDowell Road. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office says when Trejo approached Vital, he pointed a handgun through the window without warning and shot Vital before fleeing that area. A 5-day hearing has wrapped up in Provo, Utah for the man accused of killing conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. AP reporter Hannah Schoenbaum was in the courtroom as a video was played showing defendant Tyler Robinson on the rooftop where he allegedly fired on Kirk.
I observed an individual on the rooftop of a campus building running across and then dropping into a crawling position and crawling to the edge, where prosecutors have said that there's a clear line of sight to where Kirk was under a tent speaking in the campus quad.
The judge will decide if the case will go to trial after another hearing on September 1st.
Eyes on Education.
The Roosevelt School District is making an important change to one of its schools.
The district voted to change the name of Cesar Chavez Community School to Rio Vista Community School following sexual abuse allegations against Chavez. During the board meeting, board member Michael Butts thanked the 500 community members who participated in a survey voting for the new name.
And so I just want to say, how much I appreciate all the community members that took the time to participate in the survey and allow their voice to be carried out.
During the meeting, the district revealed the name change will cost approximately $19,000, which includes new sports uniforms for the school's teams and a new sign. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories by going to ktar.com/education. President Trump has fired the 3 remaining members of the Federal Election Assistance Commission that supports local election jurisdictions. The firings come as President Trump tries to expand presidential authority over how elections are run, and after the Supreme Court confirmed the president's power to fire agency employees. Arizona's Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says this move will reduce trust in the election process.
It causes chaos because we're not going to have the guidance, the bipartisan, level-headed, steadfast commission that we had that we could depend on for research and referrals, for communication among election administrators across the country.
It's Friday afternoon, so you're headed home. Let's see how the road ahead looks. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, southbound near Indian School Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 33rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Keep your AC running all summer long with a tune-up from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Schedule now at dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Our extreme heat warning is going to expire at 8 o'clock tonight, and overnight, our low temp, 92 degrees. Tomorrow's high, 110. Sunday, there's a 40% chance of some showers in the forecast. Look for a high of 109. That chance of rain continues right on into Monday with a high of 108. It's 106 right now in Queen Creek. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 to 6. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the show on a Friday. Hour number 4, many people say best of the hours. A lot of people do. Joe Huizenga in for 1 Gatos. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Where are we with the war in Iran? We know that Trump has now said that the ceasefire is over.
Yep.
And that the memorandum of understanding has been torn up. Those were my words, not his. He did say the ceasefire was over.
His words were not far off from that.
No, but it appears to be we're kind of back to where we started. If it's not square one, it's kind of close to square one.
Yeah, after the last several weeks of ceasefire on, ceasefire off, Strait of Hormuz open, closed, kind of
Yeah.
Yeah, we're basically right back where we were before they even started talks to get to the MOU.
Yeah. It is unclear, though, what's going on. Let me start with this. So Trump said that the United States has agreed to more talks with Iran because Tehran asked for more negotiations, but he did say the ceasefire was over.
Okay.
Iran's foreign minister said, we never asked for more negotiations. We have accepted an invitation from the Qataris to talk about the war, but we didn't ask to meet with the United States. Iran's head negotiator, who I believe is also the head of their parliament or the speaker of their parliament.
Okay.
Let me see. I want to get the quote here. Iran will never surrender and will defend itself against Americans if they continue to violate the memo of understanding.
Why isn't the memo of understanding pretty much done, off the table?
Iran went to the UN today and accused the U.S. of committing unlawful acts and urged the United Nations to hold the United States accountable. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
We are off the deep end now, and it just seems, honestly, if you watch how Iran has dealt with things in the past, they'll agree to something that they don't actually agree to. They 100% can't be trusted, without a doubt. And their goal is, unlike the United States or other countries that they've had to negotiate with, the Ayatollah doesn't have to worry about elections, midterms, Congress. And so their entire plan is to slow walk and drag this out as long as possible, knowing that historically the United States or the people of the United States eventually get bored and over this. And you can make an argument we've already gotten there with Iran.
Well, doesn't the current Ayatollah have to worry that the U.S. could get a little bit ticked off again and take him out too? I mean, didn't we do that a few months ago?
You're guaranteed like virgins or something when that happens.
Oh.
And there's other Ayatollahs that are already in line, ready to go. I don't think it matters who the Ayatollah is. Like, I don't think that's the, do you know what I mean?
Well, if they're saying, we are never going to, what was the line? We're basically never going to give in to what the U.S. wants to do.
Never surrender.
Okay. Well, if they're never going to surrender, then the U.S. needs to obliterate them, or this is going to continue on.
How do you obliterate a country of 93 million people? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm saying there are plenty of people who say, we just need to get rid of them. How do you get rid of a country larger than Texas with 93 million people?
And you don't want to be destroying citizens, upending their lives. And hasn't President Trump basically said that, hey, we've bombed them into dust, basically?
Many times.
We've reduced their military capabilities.
I think we've won this war 8 or 9 times now. I'm not 100%
yet it's
sure.
Still going.
And the strait is closed, according to the marine traffic map. While we were getting to about between 30 and 50 vessels a day were going through when the strait was open.
Okay.
That's a normal day pre-war, 120 to 140 ships. So it still wasn't at that volume, but it was getting going
now.
And we're back to zero. We're back to, it's basically shut down because of the threat of your ship being struck going through the strait.
Which is a very real threat. Not likely that it will be your ship, but as you pointed out, if it is your ship, that could be hundreds of millions, that could be billions of dollars of goods. And if it happens to one Who's to say
well,
it
you
can't
don't want
happen
to be
to one
the
more?
one.
No, you don't.
Right? You're like, well, I don't want to be the one.
Yeah.
You want to be the one to test it?
No.
You want to be the one to find the mine in the strait? Do you want to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, who's the guinea pig?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I heard one naval expert, American, U.S. naval expert saying, we don't have the ships to be able to guarantee safety for everyone passing through the Strait of Hormuz. And that to do it, like, have you heard before, we used to have these like convoys, you know, you would get maybe 10% of the traffic that you would normally have because of how strategic it has to be and how they have to move through and they have to gather up. Okay, now we're going to have a convoy going out. Okay, now we got the convoy coming in. Like, you can't bomb the strait open.
No.
And it doesn't appear that the Iranians give a crap that you're bombing them.
And they want what then? Aside from just to keep the strait closed. They want to be able to make nukes, have a nuclear program, and the U.S. has said that's a non-starter.
It appears that that's a big part for them. Yes. That they say they will never give it up or something. There's new images out right now. I'm looking at some of them where around some of the Iranian nuclear sites, the ones that were struck, was it last June when we totally obliterated them?
Was it that long ago?
I think it was a year ago.
Okay.
There apparently is construction and there's activity around them. Does that mean they're trying to reconstitute these sites? I'm going to throw a wrench in this.
Great. Into an already messy situation.
I got wrenches. Not all of the Gulf states might be in a hurry to open the Strait of Hormuz. We might, what's the term? We might not all be pulling in the same direction. Because while there are many Gulf states that produce oil and natural gas and fertilizer, we hear about all these things that are getting plugged up because of the Strait of Hormuz. There are Gulf countries who have options. And because they have options, they are making billions off of it. Saudi Arabia has a 750-mile pipeline, which goes from the oil fields, which are near the Strait of Hormuz, all the way over to a terminal bordering the Red Sea, right by the Suez Canal. When the price of oil goes up, which they like, and people are demanding it, they're like, yeah, we can sell it to you. We're just going to sell it to you over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, our ships are over there now.
So why doesn't the U.S. cut deals that way too then?
Well, with who?
Oh, you just said Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, they're just selling it on the global market. United Arab Emirates has a pipeline that goes, it skirts the strait and comes out over on the Gulf of Oman. They have a port over there. They're like, well, we're just going to pump our oil that direction. Now, the issue right now is it isn't the volume that the super tankers were being able to get out. But I think one of the things that Iran hasn't figured out is if they continue to use the Strait of Hormuz as a political stranglehold, an economic stranglehold on the world, how soon till the world figures out a way to bypass the strait entirely and cut them out of the deal?
Yeah, and that.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, then they're useless.
Now what? Now what do you got? Go ahead and close it all you want. We found other ways,
right,
to get oil and gas out. And again, right now, Saudi Arabia is expanding its pipeline, apparently, working around the clock.
Wouldn't you if you were them?
Absolutely, to send oil to the west side of Saudi Arabia and to the Red Sea, where currently water seems lovely. Come on in. It's fine. Yeah. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And coming up next, we want to update you the latest on this near drowning. You heard about this 18-month-old from Gilbert who was declared dead from a drowning, who they found breathing, alive in the morgue some 5 hours later. The latest coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Aquazona Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. I want you to get an Aquazona Kinetico, just like I have in my house. I have the Kinetico K5 drinking water station, and I've had it for 20 years. I want you to get the special price, 20% off. When you call Aquazona Kinetico this month, you get 20% off the Kinetico K5 drinking water station with VOC Guard. I am telling you right now, this is the best water system on the planet. That's why I bought it 20 years ago. You can get it for 20% off. Your water doesn't taste good. Your water doesn't feel good on your body. Your water is affecting all your appliances and your pipes behind those walls. Get a Kinetico system and get it for 20% off, the K5. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. 20% off when you mention Gatos. Aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. More mixed messaging from President Trump regarding whether Iran is ready to renegotiate. In a social media post, the president said Iran asked to come back to talks. But the U.S. and Iran have been trading strikes this week, and Iran's been taking a tough stance against the U.S. in public comments. A White House official tells ABC News technical talks have started, but wouldn't elaborate beyond that. Here's more from ABC's Olivia Rubin.
What are the ramifications of the broken ceasefire going to be? We know that the United States has revoked that waiver that allowed Iran to sell its oil. Does it mean that the United States is going to put its blockade back in place of Iranian ports? Could Iran re-shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which would in turn send global oil prices back up, including here at home? And of course, the big question on the table after a quiet night last night, does the United States again resume strikes?
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia with a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Got a couple new crashes. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Alma School Road. Goodyear crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10, Papago Freeway, eastbound near Litchfield Road. And Phoenix with a crash blocking the HOV lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, southbound near Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. You know what? Republican gubernatorial candidate, I guess I should say, Andy Biggs, joins Jim Sharp on the AZ Political Podcast, campaign strategy, day one vision, and reaching across the aisle on things like water, power, and data centers. You can check it out on the KTAR News app or on the YouTube channel now. I'm going to assume that by now many of you have heard the just tragic story, I would say. I don't know how else to describe it, of the Gilbert toddler, an 18-month-old. That's right, 18-month-old, who was declared dead in the hospital, but almost 5 hours later was found breathing in the hospital's morgue. That's right. That is the crazy story. And there's still a lot of quite honestly, we got to have some answers, right? We got to figure out what's going on. How did this happen? The doctor, and we're blaming a doctor specifically in this because we have body cam footage. That's right, body cam of a Gilbert police officer who was in the emergency room when the doctor told the rest of the staff to stop trying to resuscitate this child, even though they told him, we think we have a pulse, and the child was gasping for breath. There are plenty of questions as to what in the hell that doctor was doing, why he did that, and is he still practicing medicine today at Gilbert Mercy? Because I would be very, very concerned about his judgment, to say the least. But there is a GoFundMe now set up for this child. And the GoFundMe, although it's not 100% clear to me what they need, the GoFundMe is looking to raise money for the recovery of this child. What does that recovery look like?
Well, the family, somebody who spoke out on their behalf, said that the financial burden is going to be immense. They said that this little 18-month-old, is still going to need ongoing medical monitoring, support for his healing organs, extensive therapy, and they were asking for $24,000, of which they've raised a little over $21,000 now.
Yeah, and they're probably hit that number. I get it. I still think the family doesn't owe me anything. But if you're going to be asking for money with a GoFundMe, you need to explain to us a little bit more. Where is this child? Okay, so he doesn't have brain damage. That's fantastic. That's always the concern in a drowning or a near drowning, that they were not breathing. The brain didn't get oxygen, blood for a period of time, and brain damage can happen relatively quickly. So if there's other issues, and they said with other organs and things, I'm not saying they don't
long and
deserve
challenging recovery. But what is that?
Yeah, what does that look like? They are exploring legal options, Joe, which...
That's code.
So here's the thing. I'm not defending the hospital or the doctor. I think they were wrong. But they have malpractice insurance for that.
Well, and I've also heard that when someone does drown, that it can be difficult to determine at what point you do say, hey, no mas here. We're going to stop trying to resuscitate them.
With a toddler.
Yeah.
It can be hard to find a pulse to begin with. Again, all fair, but... you would expect them to do better, for God's sakes.
I would expect that you don't find an 18-month-old awake in the morgue.
So what are their damages? Follow me on this. If they basically have to prove that from the time the doctor declared the child dead, I'm going to say it was 6:20 p.m. on that Sunday, till the time the Maricopa County medical examiner went to pick the child up around 11:45, just before midnight, they said. 5 hours. Let's call it 5 hours, just for sake. That 5 hours caused harm and damage to the child, right?
Okay.
Because that's the argument. They have to say that 5 hours created some sort of medical harm, and therefore that's the problem.
I have written down that number on a piece of paper.
Oh boy!
You ready?
I'm ready.
$2 million.
You think it's $2 million?
Do you think it's higher or lower than that? I think that's what they will end up settling for, something in that ballpark. It's seven figures.
Can I tell you what I think the biggest issue, I say biggest issue, is the anguish.
Yeah, you can't tell someone their kid is dead.
The doctor walking into a little side room at Mercy Gilbert and saying, I'm sorry, we did everything we could, but your 18-month-old is dead.
Plus, you have them on tape getting into it with other staff members saying, don't tell me how to do my job.
Yeah, telling them to stop resuscitative efforts. It is... Listen, there's going to be a settlement of some sort.
Yeah.
You're going with $2 million?
Yeah. Higher or lower?
I'll go lower.
Okay.
I'll go lower because I still think they have to. On some level, though, you're going to have to show, did the child suffer medical harm?
Well, did the family suffer, though?
Well, yes. Yes. Pain and anguish, or whatever you call it. Yeah, 100%. Checking the headlines, Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And then coming up next, how World Cup politics is impacting the WNBA? We'll explain. Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
At some point, Arizona's got to get on board. I'm all in favor of the ESAs and all of the choice we have for schools in Arizona. I think it's absolutely necessary. But if you want public schools to be the best they can, we should be looking at these programs. We should incentivize the good teachers. Performance-based. If you're focused and you are doing the work, we should reward you, and not just with a pat on the back.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos. Have you seen the fancy ads with celebrities talking about GLP-1 medications for weight loss? Those telehealth companies talk a big game, but you'll get more for your money at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Here's why. Their prices are lower with no hidden fees. They give you a specialized diet plan to help you succeed. You'll get coaching from real doctors to manage side effects, maintain muscle mass, and help with a maintenance plan once you've reached your goals. Look, your health is too important to compromise, so why pay more for less? And for a limited time, you can start for free when you mention Gatos. Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee on any program. You can't afford to miss this. Come see them in person. Book your consult from the comfort of your home or office via telemed, and they'll ship your medication directly to your door. Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford, and get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain, and tell them Gato sent you.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it. But I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long and hot. It's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back. Because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it. With regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time from QC Kinetics patients and their loved ones. Go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call now. With clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
We get it. A meal shouldn't cost you nearly $20. And we agree. At Venezia's Pizzeria, lunch or dinner for under $10 is still a thing. And for an even sweeter deal, stop in and grab a Slice Rewards card. Get a stamp for every qualifying Slice special. 10 visits, 1 free qualifying special. Simple. And every Tuesday, we double your stamps. That's your free pizza twice as fast. Venezia's Pizzeria, a family tradition with great rewards.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
We come out here and we hand out free food, drinks, hygiene items to our homeless neighbors and anyone in need.
City of Phoenix documents obtained by KTAR show nearly 70% of respondents on a survey gauging support of city park use restrictions that were passed in May opposed the rule change, which the city did not make public. The ordinance restricted food sharing in parks. Founder of Christian volunteer group St. Herman's Table, Lance Brace, sued the city over that and says,
So I wasn't shocked when I saw the results of that survey. I did think it was weird that the survey never got talked about or published afterwards.
Brace says he's compelled by his faith to provide and at parks because that's where the need is. KTAR has reached out to Phoenix for comment. Crews once again are draining the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, beset with green algae and blue sealant damage. Here's ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
President Trump's problem-plagued effort to revamp the pool pushes well past his initial goal of having it ready by July 4th to mark the nation's 250th birthday. Last month, the water was clouded by a green algae bloom, and pieces of the new blue sealant appear to be peeling off the bottom. Trump has blamed the peeling on vandals, though critics allege it's from shoddy repair work. Charged Olympic canoeist David Hearn, who denies allegations that he damaged the lining.
A safe alert's been issued by Phoenix police looking for 55-year-old Dean Emerson. Dean is a white male, 5'8", 160 pounds, with brown eyes and black hair. Dean was last seen yesterday about 2 p.m. on foot near 59th Avenue and Indian School Road, wearing an orange long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and black and white sneakers. He suffers from a medical condition which may cause him to become lost or easily confused. We do have his picture at KTAR.com. If you see him or have any information, give 911 a call. Time for traffic now. Let's check it out with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the on-ramp, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 44th Street. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60, Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Goodyear, crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight low 92 degrees here in the Valley. Tomorrow 110, Sunday 109, and a 40% chance of showers is in the forecast starting Sunday on into Monday, and about 30 to 40% chance of some showers each day through Thursday of next week. It's 109 right now in Phoenix. 111 was our high today. When the temps hit record highs, stress levels don't have to. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee and let you stay rent-free. Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here. The housing market appears to be a complete mess. Economist Evan Taylor from U of A explains what's happening on Money Monday. That's Monday morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Joe Huizenga in for Gatos. How into the World Cup are you, Joe, on a 1 to 10 scale?
Oh, gosh. Give me a 6.
You're a 6. Good for you.
I have some knowledge.
Okay, good.
You could name like every player, but I know about that. Know what's going on.
Yeah. Spain won today. Late goal against Belgium, 2-1. Yeah, pretty exciting game. Mm-hmm. We've got 2 games tomorrow with 2 more of the favorites. You could say England taking on Switzerland and Argentina playing.
See, I would not put Switzerland in the favorite category.
No, that's what I'm saying. England, I think, is
okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Norway, excuse me. England, Norway, Argentina, Switzerland. Gosh darn it. But this is interesting. So, do you remember the controversy last week about the rescinded red card given to the American player Flo Balogun?
Yeah, I heard our president got involved in that a little bit.
Yeah. Huh. So now, the European Union, which is, over there. Mm-hmm. You now have dozens of lawmakers who are asking for an investigation into FIFA, the governing body of the World Cup, its president, and the entire Flo Balogun controversy, if you will, You've got politicians wading into this after the fact, after the United States lost, after Flo Balogun did not score a goal and lead to more. But they are saying that FIFA crossed a red line and undermined the integrity of the sport by changing a red card decision, allegedly at the behest of Trump.
Now, this is why I'm a 6 on World Cup, because I would say if the United States had won, I think those EU countries have a lot more of a case.
They would have lost their ever-loving minds.
But the United States lost.
Yeah,
no harm, no foul.
Well, I think they're saying they're worried about it moving forward and what else would happen.
But see, that's why I'm a 6 here, too. I do know that FIFA and controversy go hand in hand, and there's a lot of corruption.
FIFA is the second most corrupt organization you've ever met in your life. So they're pretty darn bad. But I wonder if, watch how I'm going to tie the World Cup into the WNBA.
Okay. In terms of popularity?
No. 11 members of the United States House of Representatives, all of them Republicans, probably not surprisingly, have sent a sternly worded letter to the WNBA demanding accountability for the, quote, physical hostility and violence that the Indiana Caitlin Clark player Caitlin Clark has been facing. The letter questions the league's mechanisms, officiating standards, and thinks that the on-court fouls might be racially motivated.
That's weird. I would think if anything like that was even suspected, that Caitlin Clark might have a comment about it.
She doesn't talk about this much, does she? I mean, for as big a star as she is, as far as the NBA is concerned, she is the star. I think for anybody that doesn't follow the WNBA religiously, they know one player.
Not necessarily the best player in the league, but she is the most well-known.
She's their Tiger Woods. She's their Michael Jordan. She's the, can you name somebody in the sport if you know nothing about the sport?
And yet she has not been MVP, but she is the face of the league.
Does Congress need to demand answers on the officiating of the WNBA? And again, unsurprising to me, they think it's because she's white.
Oh, you think so?
They said it's racially motivated.
Okay.
They think that the fouls against her are racially motivated.
Yeah, I'd like to see these 11 members of Congress just mind their own business and maybe stick to the laws of our nation.
Yeah. Can I bring up? Aren't these probably? I bet you. I could probably look it up. These 11. What do you want to bet that they didn't want politics in sports before? What do you want to bet they were outraged?
Like a few years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
politics
with you on that.
in sports, and we want to be able to watch sports and keep politics out of it. And now they are demanding the WNBA protect Caitlin Clark. It's ridiculous.
Yes, 100%.
But I think they were motivated by Donald Trump. If Trump can call FIFA and get them to change the rules a little bit, maybe we can lean on the WNBA and save the little white girl.
But see, that's where this is ridiculous, too, because what works for Trump does not work for any other politician.
They don't know that.
Everyone knows that. They should know that.
This could lead to a Department of Justice investigation.
Okay, good
That's
luck
what
with that.
one of the congressmen is asking for.
Wow, talk about wasting resources.
If he doesn't get the kind of answers he wants.
Look, Caitlin Clark may be mistreated right now. And
I would argue, yeah.
The WNBA should look into it. And I am confident the WNBA will handle it. Now, she didn't play last night here in Phoenix. She sat out with some back issues.
That's the second year in a row. Because last year when they came here, she didn't play. Gatos has been devastated that he can't go and watch her play.
But I don't need Congress to do anything with this.
I don't need Congress anywhere near.
Like the steroid hearings with baseball. You remember those when Sammy Sosa all of a sudden couldn't speak English?
Yes.
¿Cómo?
¿Otra vez?
No, we don't need baseball players up on Capitol Hill talking about steroids in the game.
I 100%
Let
agree
the game
with you.
handle the game.
Yeah, this is part of their distractions away from the fact that none of them actually do the job they were elected to do.
Mm-hmm.
They all get paid, don't get me wrong, and then sit around and worry about the WNBA officiating while there are people out there, well, there's a war going on in Iran, or people are struggling to,
Aren't
pay
we
their
about
bills.
overdue for them to haul up all of the either members of Big Oil or all of the airline carriers?
We need to have one of those.
We have to
hearings,
look
right?
into those investigations.
We don't understand how free markets work. Well, you sit here and explain it to us so we can yell at you. Yeah. So that is the latest, where you have politicians, by the way, in Europe, and politicians here in the United States sticking their nose into sports when I think most people wish they would stay the hell away from it. Check the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn doing that for us. And coming up next, if you work at Texas Roadhouse, I'm talking to you right now. How much do you love your job? And do you really love your job? We're going to find out how much you love it. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and if you've been injured in an accident, you need a law firm that insurance companies take seriously. That's why so many Arizonans turn to Sweet James. For more than 25 years, Sweet James has fought for injured accident victims, and they fight to win. With experience in over 500 trials and a 98% winning record, they've built a reputation that demands attention. Insurance companies know Sweet James won't back down, and that kind of reputation matters when your case is on the line. They take every case seriously. Every client's voice is heard. Every detail matters. Because when the law firm representing you is taken seriously, you're taken seriously. Sweet James is trusted by thousands of injured accident victims across Arizona and is the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. Results, reputation, respect. If you've been hurt, call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. Or visit sweetjames.com. Sweet James, winning for you.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Declare your independence from the summer heat with Presidential Pools. Now through July 15th, it's their Stars, Stripes, and Savings event. You can save up to $1,776. That's right, $1,776 on a new pool only at Presidential Pools. It's a limited time Independence Day offer, so don't wait. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
KTAR News Flash.
5:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. It's quite possible you could experience some rain this weekend. Mark O'Malley with the Phoenix National Weather Service says be prepared to encounter some storms, especially if you're traveling.
There could be a lot of storms around the area, so if you're traveling, be prepared for that, and be prepared for some scattered storms, some strong winds, and blowing dust in the Phoenix metro on Sunday.
He says there's a 40% chance of rain on Sunday. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic now so you can get on home, get the weekend going. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a traffic signal reported not to be working at the I-17 northbound at Thomas Road. Mesa crashed on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road in Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Check out the all-new move-in specials at Beatitudes Campus. Now's the time to start enjoying a bold and bright senior community like no other. Text BOLD to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
What if 4 weeks from now, everything felt different? Your energy went up, your weight went down, and your clothes fit better.
In just 4 weeks, I'm already down almost 21 pounds. I cannot believe the difference.
That's what the Soda Dynamic Diet does. And right now, Soda Diet and Nutrition is giving you a free 4-week weight loss program. That's right, free. Call 866-800-SODA. That's 866-800-SOTA.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
You know that dripping faucet, that clogged drain or hidden leak? It isn't going to fix itself, and the longer you wait, the bigger the problem can become. Man, did I find that out the hard way. But right now, get $76 off any plumbing repair with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. At Casa Galvisi, we know those day and night plumbers can diagnose the issue, explain your options, get your plumbing back on track fast. Schedule online at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Dayandnightair.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Here we are expressing ourselves on a wonderful Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hope you guys are having an awesome time. Hope you have a great weekend. Do something fun. Do something exciting. Basically, do something that air can do.
Yeah, indoors.
I'm going to say that, all right? I want to start by saying I have no beef with Texas Roadhouse, the restaurant chain.
That sounds like a big preface. I feel the beef coming.
I think it is a wonderful place to go. I think they are fun. It's a fun place to go.
Oh, I can tell the butt is on the way.
Well, they apparently have a mandatory dress code.
Okay, all restaurants have dress codes.
Yeah, but
for the staff.
This one is printed on the T-shirts of the employees, of the servers, the ones moving around, and it feels a little cringe. And, okay, I'll tell you what it says on their T-shirt. So the T-shirts that are given to employees says, "I love my job," plastered across the back of the T-shirt.
Okay.
If you have to put "I love my job" on the T-shirt uniform that you give to employees, I'm guessing there's a chance a lot of them don't love that job.
I'm sure some probably don't. But they want to put out the image that the people who work there.
But isn't that
if you go in to dine, you're like, yeah, the people here are happy to serve me.
Everybody that goes by you and they must really love their job. They put it on their shirt.
Yeah. Or at least
does that work?
For some people, I bet it does.
I would have very, very big reservations. So a lot of people, there is a lot of conversation going on about this and how silly it seems for a company. I mean,
What other place? I mean, where you work right now.
Oh, I am going to talk to our boss when she gets
Wherever
back.
you work right now.
And you know what's going to be on the back of your shirt now.
What if they told you need to wear here? By the way, congratulations. All right, here's your first day. Here's your key card. Here's where the bathrooms are. Here's the mail room, and here's your shirt. By the way, it says "I love my job." Yeah. Well, I just started. I don't even know if I love it yet. Oh, you're gonna love it, bucko.
Mm-hmm.
It just reminds me, though, and the first thing I heard when they were making people wear T-shirts that say "I love my job" was the movie Office Space, a modern-day classic. Can we all agree?
Great movie. One of my favorites of all time.
Jennifer Aniston is working at, let's just call it what it is, TGI Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's called Tchotchkes in there. Yeah. She's working at a restaurant where the servers, they need to put some personality on their uniform. They wear buttons and little things. And she gets called to account by her manager on account of her flair.
And
We need to talk about your flair.
Really? I have 15 pieces on.
Well, okay, 15 is the minimum. Okay?
Okay.
Now, it's up to you whether or not you want to just do the bare minimum or, well, like Brian, for example, has 37 pieces of flair.
Whoa.
Okay? A terrific smile.
Okay, so you want me to wear more?
Not exactly.
Yeah. We want you to want to wear more.
Yeah. We're not going to tell you.
You don't have to wear the
More than
I love
15
my
pieces.
job shirt.
We're just saying.
That we want you to love your
We
job.
want you to want to wear the shirt that says I love my job. I found something else out that I was not 100% clear of. And maybe last time I was in a Texas Roadhouse, I just didn't spend enough time there. But they have line dancing, like where the employees.
Like for birthdays?
No, like certain songs come on. And the staff.
I got to be honest, that sounds terrible.
Oh, okay.
It's not even for a birthday. It's a certain song.
They do like choreography.
Oh my goodness.
Man,
I'd have to go to the bathroom if I worked there and that happened.
How do you get out of that? Apparently, you can't get out of the line dance.
Oh, I believe Becky Lynn was talking about a parasite in one of her newscasts that would get me right out of that line dancing.
I got a text. 620. It must be true because I got a text.
That says?
Line dancing is mandatory. You get written up if you don't do it.
Oh, written up. Ooh.
That's just like wearing your not wearing your I love my job shirt.
It's like a few pieces of flair, too few.
You don't have enough flair.
Oh, no.
You're not doing the dance. There's way too many rules at this place. We're just serving, we're there for the rolls, and maybe some meat along the way.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are making this a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
Way more complicated.
There have been restaurants, I can't remember. Do you remember Ed DeBevick's?
Yes, I do. They're mean to you.
That was their shtick.
What's the one? There's one in Vegas. It's a lot like that too. It's in the Excalibur that they make people wear hats.
Yes,
I can't think of what it is.
And I've been to it in San Antonio as well. Yeah,
I can't think of the name of it.
That's what I think about.
Yeah, they write something mean on the hat, and everybody else can see it.
You can't see it, right? Mm-hmm. You get a hat.
Yeah, and I've heard the wait staff there is very rude. On brand.
That's the shtick.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe Texas Roadhouse will take that up next. Instead of line dancing, we're going to make fun of you. You know what? Today was a good day. And it was a good day because Joe was in. Thank you for hanging out with us today,
Bruce.
Joe. I do
Dick's Last Resort. That was the name of that
Dick's Last
place.
Resort. Yeah, I've been to there you go. Check of the headlines coming up, but we would be remiss if we didn't look through the double pane bulletproof class and thank everybody for the work that they do over there, including our DJ with all the hippity hop music today. Kids are into that stuff, I've heard. That's Mad Max over there. Also, you know what? You did a good enough job. You're up to third string producer now. You keep working at this. He started like seventh string. Hey, third string producer, that is just in time. Don't forget Becky Lynn, the pride of Tennessee. She gave you all that news and information all afternoon long and getting you home with all the traffic. That's our buddy Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Arizona's Evening News with one Joe Huizenga and one Miss Becky Lynn. It's up next right here on KTAR.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where I'm a client. Stuart, I got a friend going through a divorce. What do they need to know about how this can affect their retirement?
Jim, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. So before you sign a divorce settlement, understand what it means for your retirement. A person may have thought they were 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts, pensions, and home equity, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Jim, we cash flow the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we use planning software like eMoney to model out different scenarios. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Get a free portfolio review at AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Think you can't own a home? Think again. Many buyers assume that they don't qualify. But with the right team on your side, there may be more options than you realize. From first-time homebuyer programs to creative financing solutions, we're here to work hard for you every step of the way. Do not count yourself out. Your path to homeownership may be closer than you think. Contact us today at keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com or text the word CLOSE to 620-620.
Message and may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1899766.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Have you seen the fancy ads with celebrities talking about GLP-1 medications for weight loss? Those telehealth companies talk a big game, but you'll get more for your money at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Now, here's why. The prices are lower, no hidden fees. They give you specialized diet plans to help you succeed. You'll get coaching from real doctors to manage side effects, maintain muscle mass, and help with the maintenance plan once you've reached your goal. Look, your health is too important to compromise, so why pay more for less? And for a limited time, you can start for free. Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive the startup fee on any program. You can't afford to miss this. Go and see them in person, or you can book a consultation from the comfort of your home or office via telemed. They'll ship your medication directly to your door. Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford and get started for free. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. RedMountainWeightLoss.com or pound 250 on your smartphone. Key phrase, Red Mountain.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next Trevec Remodeling Seminar is Tuesday, July 21st.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. rounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. Local news should feel close to home. It should answer your questions, reflect your community, and help you feel prepared. That's what we work for every day. Join us weeknights on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Friday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, the city of Phoenix is facing a lawsuit over an ordinance restricting who can distribute food to unhoused people at city parks. Also, a Chandler doctor is under arrest, and we'll explain why coming up after we get a look at the roads with Enrique Garcia. He is live now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a traffic signal reported not to be working on the I-17 northbound near Thomas Road. Phoenix with a crash off right, Loop 101, Agua Fria. Southbound near Camelback Road, Goodyear crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. And Mesa crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, about 89 degrees. Tomorrow, a high of 110 on the way with a low of 90. Sunday, high of 109 and a low of 88 degrees. Becky Lynn, 50% chance of thunderstorms
they bumped it up.
11 o'clock.
It was 40% earlier, 50%. There you go.
Right now in Phoenix, it's 107 degrees, triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com.
The battle against the pocket fire that's burning near Sedona continues. Anthony Raposa with the response team battling that blaze says there are some positive developments.
We will maintain our presence. Crews are continuing to go out there and actively search for any heat, but we're feeling extremely confident that, we've turned the corner.
The pocket fires burned more than 27,000 acres, containment at 73%.
It's quite possible you could experience rain this weekend. Mark O'Malley with the Phoenix National Weather Service says you should be prepared to encounter storms, especially if you're traveling.
There could be a lot of storms around the area, so if you're traveling, be prepared for that, and be prepared for some scattered storms, some strong winds and blowing dust in the Phoenix metro on Sunday.
No, I'm just going to tell you. I said 50% chance of rain. Mark O'Malley with the National Weather Service is still saying 40% chance, so you have to pick. You going with the pros or the Joes?
Well, things change.
Mm-hmm.
So that was when we talked to him, it was an hour or so ago. So it could have changed, things, the atmospheric conditions.
You know what,
change,
Becky Lynn? I'm feeling a 55% chance of rain.
Oh, is that your tricky weather elbow or something?
We'll
go
see.
with it. President Trump has fired the 3 remaining members of the Federal Election Assistance Commission that supports local election jurisdictions. These firings come as President Trump tries to expand presidential authority over how elections are run, and after the Supreme Court confirmed the president's power to fire agency employees. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says this move will reduce trust in the election process.
It causes chaos because we're not going to have the guidance, the bipartisan, level-headed, steadfast commission that we had that we could depend on for research and referrals, for communication among election administrators across the country.
A safe alert's been issued by Phoenix Police. They're looking for 55-year-old Dean Emerson. Dean is a white male, 5 feet 8 inches tall, 160 pounds, brown eyes and black hair. Emerson was last seen yesterday around 2 o'clock on foot near 59th Avenue and Indian School Road. He was wearing an orange long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and black and white sneakers. He suffers from a medical condition which may cause him to become lost or easily confused. Please call 911 with information, and you can see his picture at KTAR.com.
A Chandler doctor under arrest on suspicion of sexual assault.
The arrest comes after 2 women reported Dr. Hassan Khan had touched them inappropriately during appointments in 2025 at American Medical Associates' office at Chandler Boulevard and Cooper Road. Chandler police established probable cause to arrest Khan through the statements of the women involved. He was booked on 1 count of sexual assault and another count of sexual abuse, both felony charges. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
And you can read more details on the crimes he's accused of at KTAR.com.
Let's take a look at your money here on Wall Street today. Markets all closed up despite tensions rising again in the Middle East. The Dow up almost 150 points, closed at 52,637. The NASDAQ almost 75 on the rise, closed at 26,281. And the S&P up a little over 30 points, closed at 7,575. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
This spring, as Phoenix City Council debated whether to pass a city parks ordinance that would ban distributing food and providing medical aid to the unhoused in the city parks, the city commissioned a survey to weigh public sentiment on this issue. And Balin Overstolz, our KTAR News reporter, is with us tonight. He's covered this issue extensively and was in a park yesterday meeting with one of the groups suing over the issue. Apparently, there's now some big questions about this survey. Balin, what did this City of Phoenix survey ask respondents?
Yeah. So talking about this ordinance that was passed several months ago, they were asking before that was passed, do you support the proposed medical treatment and food distribution in city parks ordinance? So that same ordinance we're talking about that restricted certain aid activities in city parks. So the results on that were more than 1,000 people, 60.7% of the people who were asked actually said they strongly oppose that measure, combined with strongly and somewhat opposition, that's 67%, versus 27% of people responding to that saying they strongly or somewhat support that. So that is a lot more opposition than support in this survey, and that is more than 2,000 people who answered that question specifically. And what was interesting about this is we saw reporting come out about this earlier this week, and I had covered this as it was happening, and the city didn't really talk about this survey because it seems like it was going against what they were trying to do.
Yeah, now, Bowen, at city council meetings, didn't the city claim that they had support from the majority or at least a number of residents for the ordinance that they ended up passing?
Yeah, so this was one of those meetings that went on for quite a long time of public comment. There were dozens and dozens of probably more than 80 people from memory who spoke about this. And yes, the vast majority of those people were opposed to the measure. They were warning about things like heat deaths and risks for unhoused people in parks if this goes through. And what we heard from city leaders was basically, hey, we hear you, we hear your opposition, but my constituents have told us we want this. That's something several city leaders have said. They sort of pointed to other people that weren't necessarily at that meeting saying they support this. So, and that was the argument we heard from city leaders, is that there is a lot of people who we're not hearing from right now who support this, and that's something they claim. So this survey definitely seems to run against that. It is worth mentioning that there is definitely people who we do know oppose this. There were people, who supported the measure restricting park activity. We heard from a few people at the meeting that did speak to supporting that. So I definitely want to make that clear. It's not like everybody opposes this and the city was underinflating that.
The thing that, just hearing you talking about it, though, it brings me right back to even like election ballots. Mm-hmm. It's the wording.
Yes.
I would really like to know what the wording actually said on the survey, because do you support the ordinance versus do you support or not support allowing people to take care of people, unhoused people in the parks? Yeah. I could see where people would get mixed up.
And I think there is an element of that here, and unfortunately we can't really tell that from, this survey response, but I think people heard medical treatment and food distribution ordinance, and they didn't necessarily know, is that allowing these things, or as it actually was, and what the city was doing, restricting those activities. I know at least one city council member did say they kept hearing people supported this, and then they realized that they were actually saying the opposite.
That they supported people being allowed to give out food or give treatment in the parks versus supporting an ordinance that would stop it. See, that's that double negative thing that we run into a lot.
And there is an element of that here for sure. It's hard to know when people were responding to this question if they fully understood exactly what that meant.
Like local pollster Mike Noble, I know he weighed in on this a little bit as well. The Phoenix New Times has covered it. What did Mike Noble have to say about the city's wording of how this question was put out there?
Yeah, according to Phoenix New Times' reporting, basically he looked at this survey on their behalf and said that some of the ways the questions were phrased may have been loaded and maybe attempted to push people towards one or the other. And there are some other questions here that really aren't as important, but there were questions about, what concerns do you have presently about City of Phoenix Parks. So it actually seemed, based on that question, if he didn't have very many concerns, it was harder to indicate that. As far as the main question, though, about supporting this, I do think it circles back to what we just talked about, of people may not fully understand exactly what that question entails. But yeah, the local pollster, Mike Noble, he definitely did give that analysis to another outlet here that this may, whether intentionally or not, may have been written in a way that tried to push people towards a certain way.
So yesterday, Balin Overstolz from KTAR, you were in the park meeting with one of the groups a Christian volunteer group that actually does give out food and food, I guess, not medical, but their food.
Yeah.
And they're suing now over the ordinance. What did they say about it?
Yeah, I was interested in going down there. I knew we'd be talking about this survey, so I said, hey, I might as well go talk to somebody who's involved in this. And I have spoken to his lawyers before, but I met with a guy named Lance Brace. He's the founder of St. Herman's Table, which is a Christian Orthodox volunteer group, and they go to Cave Creek Park every Thursday and do just that. They set up about 3 tables, they put out food, and they put out water, and they just give it out to people who come by. Obviously, this is often framed as people in need, and that's the intention. But he also talked about there was a youth basketball team there. They gave them some food too. So spoke with them, and he really just made the point that the reason they're at the parks and the reason they want to be at the parks is two-part. One, it's their faith. They feel compelled to do this. But the reason the parks specifically is because they say that's where the need is there are people who are in need of water, in need of a meal, and the place they go is the park, so that's why they go there. And then that's definitely the point that he was making. On this survey, I asked him, were you surprised when that reporting came out? And he said he really wasn't, and he indicated that the city may have inflated the support that was there for the ordinance as well.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstolz, thank you so much for digging into this one, Bowen.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to have more news coming up for you in just a few moments. But Republican governor candidate Andy Biggs joins Jim Sharp on the AZ Political Podcast, and they're going to discuss campaign strategy, his day one vision, and reaching across the aisle on water, power, and data centers. You can watch it on the KTAR News app or KTAR's YouTube channel. KTAR News time now is 6:11.
Road Trip with amazing Arizonans from KTAR. Mike Broomhead talks hospitality and great food with Jeff Mastro and Oliver Baggio. How to make it as a farmer in the valley with Schnepp Farms Mark and Carrie Schnepp. And Mike learns about Arizona's proud copper mining industry with Resolution Copper's Victoria Pesce. These episodes plus a lot more conversations between Mike Broomhead and amazing Arizonans on the podcast page at KTAR.com, on our YouTube channel, and on the KTAR News app. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, to get 30, to get 20, 20, 20, to get 20, 20, to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life, thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence, have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. It is 6:16, and I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
Coming up, we're going to tell you what's going on in the Valley. We're going to tell you how much it costs to go out on a date anymore, all kinds of other news. But right now, let's get you home. Enrique Garcia is following the traffic for us in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you so much. Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Street and Jefferson Street. Phoenix again, 11th Avenue and Buckeye Road. And Phoenix for a third time with a crash on Indian School Road and 91st Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 89 degrees with clear skies. Saturday, sunny and hot with a high around 110. Low's going to be about 90 degrees. And then rain chances creep into the forecast all next week on Sunday, as high as 50% before 11 o'clock. High of 109 on the way with a low in the upper 80s as well. Right now in Mesa, 107 degrees. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee. You can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com.
All right, it's Friday night. The weekend is here. It's time to go out, have some fun. Maybe you got a date.
You got some money for me?
Maybe it's a first date. Yeah, okay. That's what we're going to talk about. There's a new study on the real cost of dating in America's largest cities. This study says a simple night out, we're talking dinner, drinks, and a movie in Phoenix, can cost about $184. Now, since it says for dating, I'm assuming that's for two people. Heaven forbid if it was just for one. But joining us right now to talk about this and why it's gotten so expensive is Shruti Patel, a financial expert with MoneyLion. Hi, thanks for joining us tonight. So break it down for us. A typical date night in Phoenix, $184?
Well, thanks for having me, Joe and Becky Lynn. Although the number 184 sounds expensive, it actually ranked 37 on our survey. And that typical date includes a 3-course dinner, 2 movie tickets, 20% tip on the dinner, as well as 2 other drinks, and a round trip for a taxi. So although it might surprise people that it costs $184, let's be glad that we don't live in New York City where it's double the cost. Ooh. So although it may sound expensive, it's actually ranked in the bottom half of our list.
Wow.
Shruti, do you have any data that shows how this number has rose or fallen over the last few years? I mean, you say $184 in Phoenix now, 5 years, 10 years, even last year. Potentially was the number, a lot less?
Well, so our survey doesn't speak to historical trends. It's speaking to things that are happening year. I would say that one thing that we've seen rise across the board is the cost of drinks. So no state provides drinks or a cocktail for less than $10. And so you are seeing changes there. Also, in terms of, looking at what it has been historically, I think you have to look at what qualifies as a typical date night, and you'll see some variation. So we don't have this study didn't speak to historical trends, but it spoke to what a templated date may look like in states across the country.
When I think of a typical date, though, I think of just exactly what you mentioned, dinner and maybe a movie. Movie in particular, that seemed to always be, especially like on first dates, let's go catch a movie. It seemed to be, an easy thing to do. There was, you could talk a little, then you kind of had a break to think things over, and then you talked a little bit more. But even the cost of movie tickets these days, just the cost of movie tickets is astounding.
So yes, that is true. The average cost of two movie tickets is $30. So in terms of looking at expenses, I think what people are doing now is sort of cobbling together what's the most important things to them. So maybe, before the movie, they catch drinks at home instead of going to a restaurant. And, bookending be a nice dinner, which a 2-course or 3-course dinner in Phoenix is $88, which is still substantially lower than some of the higher ranked cities on our survey. So I think people are piecemealing, what a typical date night looks for. And in terms of affordability, we're not necessarily, I don't think $184 is a reach for couples. I think it's the frequency of that $184 a month. And so maybe having a dinner or maybe having a date night, $184 every single week will obviously add up. But if you have some discretionary spending, maybe $400 to $600 a month, you could maybe ink out a date night and look for alternatives, right? Maybe it's a dinner, movie, and a walk, or maybe it's grabbing a cup of coffee. I think there's a lot of variations on date night that people can feel free to experiment with and also honor their budgets.
Shruti Patel, financial expert with MoneyLion, joins us right now. So when it comes to affordability, Shruti, you were hinting at this, talking about this a little bit here. So it feels like everyone's cutting back. Maybe it is on the date specifically. Maybe it's in other areas. Are people leaning more into cutting back on what they're doing on the date or the frequency of the dates? Or are they cutting back in some other areas as well and saying, hey, maybe I'm not going to get that cup of coffee for the next couple days here, and I am going to save up to go on a date? Like, are people willing to cut on the discretionary spending, or are they trying to make cuts in other places?
So you raise an important point, Joe. People are still, in terms of discretionary spending, cutting dating is probably lower on the list. People are looking at subscriptions, streaming services, gym memberships, extraneous spending that they keep seeing over and over again on their bills, and cutting there first. I think the difference is those activities can be solo activities, while a date is something where you're connecting with someone else, and you're talking about one person versus two people. So I would say in terms of cutting discretionary spending, dating probably falls latter into that list. And like I said earlier, people are creating their own version of date night.
Okay, I want to know, you said that Phoenix was, I think you said 34th on the list of the most expensive cities to date. And New York, probably number 1, I'm guessing. What are some of the other high dollar cities? Where is that love connection going to cost you?
Yeah, so Phoenix actually ranks number 37. And you're right, Becky Lynn, New York is number 1. Denver, it ranks number 4. And Dallas ranks number 16. So, obviously what sets Phoenix apart is that it is one of the larger populous cities, but date night isn't necessarily going to break the budget in Phoenix versus, let's say, in Denver or in Dallas, which I wouldn't think people would necessarily look at those cities and say, oh, date night's going to be super expensive there.
Shruti Patel, financial expert with MoneyLion. Shruti, in the data that you have, I know you've said that it's kind of a snapshot in time. Do you have any information that says, or that at least hints at how people in Arizona or in other cities are adjusting if we know the price of gas, the price of groceries, movies, dinner, everything's going up? So how are people reacting to it?
Well, this study didn't necessarily focus on cost of living, so we're not including, let's say, wages. So I think people are, looking at what they're making and seeing what they can carve out for those discretionary expenses. I think in terms of like where people are cutting back, maybe you're not taking a taxi, right? So that lessens the total cost of your date night. You have your own transportation. If you're doing, at least not right now, a walk, maybe you live, close to the person that you're dating, and you substitute a walk instead of going to a restaurant. So in terms of, groceries, utilities, housing costs, this particular study didn't focus on that. But as I said before, I think people are looking at what's coming in, what they want to spend, and then budgeting around affordability for them.
I think one of the good things, though, that Shruti pointed out is that people aren't saying, it's too expensive to date or meet people, I'm not doing it.
And that'd be awfully depressing.
It would be very depressing. And we're hearing things like that people are not being socially connected. And when it costs a lot of money, it's easy to say, I just can't afford that. But it sounds like people do want to afford it. They want to be able to go out and meet people and make those social connections and find love. That's important.
Yeah, and I think the good news is Phoenix is a great place to keep those connections going. And when you compare, and also I want to mention Tucson ranks number 41. So, these are, two cities that have a vibrant nightlife, have plenty of dinner options, and you can also enjoy the outdoors. So I think that separates, let's say, Phoenix from a New York City, where tourism is going to drive a lot of those prices there.
That's true.
All right, Shruti Patel, financial expert with Moneyline. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And the good thing is, Joe, in just a little bit, we're going to talk with our weekend fun expert, David, and we'll have some freebies and cheapies that you could do for weekend dates. He's always got a list.
I love it.
I do too.
Going to save us some dough.
Coming up, prosecution building their case against the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk. We're less than 5 minutes away from that story, and a traffic check for you as well. KTAR News Time is 6:27.
Summer and independence go hand in hand. I'm Jamie West. If you've been thinking about independent living, this is a great time to check out Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. Right now, there are big move-in savings on select independent living residences and life plan residences, plus discounted community fees and lifetime monthly savings on select month-to-month rentals. Start enjoying a community like no other. Visit beatitudescampus.org/savings. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phone, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance.
I talk a lot about Moving Team 6 and their attention to veterans. Let's talk to one. Brian, you've been with them for how long?
4 years now, Mike.
What motivated you to call them in the first place?
It was a little after I got out of the Navy, was doing something else, just wanted to start doing something that actually helped people out again. Heard about these guys on the radio and gave them a shot, and still here 4 years later now. Take pride in your work, get it done the right way.
For your next move across town or across the country, movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Tune in to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels every Saturday at 2 p.m.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 17th through 19th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You know, I really don't miss being a contractor, which is why I have so much respect for my friends at Window World. They just do it right. A local family-owned business that runs a tight ship. They support our community, they hire vets, and they're obsessed about making sure your project is done the right way. So much so that they back up their work with a true lifetime warranty. When you have Window World come out to your home, you get an upfront estimate that is usually thousands less than any sale of the month from any other window company. You can take it from me. If you want a great experience, contact Window World of Phoenix and do it today. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 17th through 19th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Friday evening. It's 6:31, and I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, are the Iranians ready to make a deal? Also, a bipartisan bill advances that would re-up sanctions against Russia. Those stories and more coming up after we check out the roads and get you home with Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a crash on 16th Street and Baseline Road. Phoenix crashed 7th Street and Jefferson Street. And Phoenix again with a crash on 11th Avenue and Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Take a look at your weather here for tonight and the weekend. 89 degrees with clear skies tonight. Tomorrow, sunny, toasty. Expect a high of about 110 degrees and a low around 90. Sunday, mostly sunny with a high near 109 and around a 50% chance of storms before 11 o'clock and a low about 88 degrees. Hoping for that storm activity.
Fingers crossed.
Right now in Queen Creek, it's 105 degrees and triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee. You can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com.
More mixed messaging from President Trump regarding whether Iran is ready to renegotiate. In a social media post, the president said Iran asked to come back to talks. But the U.S. and Iran have been trading strikes this week, and Iran's been taking a tough stance against the U.S. in public comments. Here's more from ABC's Olivia Rubin at the White House.
The U.S. launching 2 nights worth of strikes against Iran around the region. But before that, a U.S. official had said that technical talks were continuing. Specifically, they said that they were continuing as it relates to the issue of Iran's nuclear capabilities. But remember, that has been essentially the same issue that brought the United States into this war in the first place.
A 5-day hearing is concluded in Provo, Utah, for the man accused of killing conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. AP reporter Hannah Schoenbaum was in the courtroom as a video was playing showing defendant Tyler Robinson on the rooftop where he allegedly fired at Kirk.
I observed an individual on the rooftop of a campus building running across and then dropping into a crawling position and crawling to the edge, where prosecutors have said that there's a clear line of sight to where Kirk was under attack speaking in the campus quad.
The judge is going to decide if the case will go to trial after another hearing on September 1st.
Optimism in Ukraine today after Senator Lindsey Graham announces a revised bipartisan Russia sanctions bill meant to cripple Moscow's economy. The South Carolina Republican has been working closely with Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat from Connecticut, for nearly 2 years to get this through Congress. During an official visit to Kyiv, he added it has White House support.
I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal to the Republican and Democratic leader
to see if we can find time to move this Russian sanctions package that would give tools to President Trump to help end this war.
This bill would give President Trump the power to impose tariffs and sanctions on countries that continue buying Russian oil and gas, as well as sanctions on evaders that purchase cheap Russian oil and then resell it for profit.
A GoFundMe campaign's underway to raise money for the family of a toddler who was pronounced dead, but later found alive in a morgue. 18-month-old Vincent Fiordilino was rushed to the hospital February 8th after he was found floating face down in a pool. A doctor at Gilbert Mercy Hospital pronounced him dead, but he was later found breathing. The family says Vincent is now breathing on his own, but faces therapy and a lengthy recovery. The family is also reportedly considering legal action.
Sentencing coming down today for a man who murdered a 66-year-old in an apparently random shooting. Here's the story. Roberto Trejo was 20 when he murdered Frank Vital in Avondale in 2024. According to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, Vital was sitting in his car at a buffet near 99th Avenue and McDowell Road when Trejo approached him. And then Trejo pointed a handgun through the window without warning and shot Vital before fleeing. Roberto Trejo today was sentenced to 20 years in prison for that murder.
Check your sports. The D-backs earned a series split with the Padres last night. Each team took 2 games from their 4-game set. Tonight, the Snakes head to Los Angeles to face Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. First pitch set for 7:10. Eduardo Rodriguez will be on the mound for the D-backs. The action can be heard on Arizona Sports 98.7, our sister station. And Men's World Cup soccer action today saw Spain square off with Belgium. 2-1 was the final, with the Spaniards coming out on top. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
All right. We talked just a little bit ago about how much it costs to go on a date.
Too much.
Too much, even though it was considerably cheaper than a lot of big cities. About $184 the average to go on a date in the Valley. And so we got to find some cheaper stuff to do. And to do that...
Or we need this guy to give us some money to do it.
Or one of the two, yes. David Iverson, our KTAR.com editor, writer, and fun guru. What do you got for us?
There's some change under these chairs, I'm sure.
$184 worth? What do you got there?
At least 55 cents.
Nice.
Tell us where to go and what to do this weekend.
Yeah, listen, this assignment is a lot of pressure. I feel a personal responsibility for every person in the Valley having a good weekend.
I feel good because I'm going to do one of the things on your list tonight.
Oh, amazing.
Do tell.
All right. So, a lot of what we're doing this weekend is indoors. It is obviously super hot. So the first bucket of fun things to do, concerts. Who doesn't love a good concert? Joji is a performer at the Mortgage Matchup Center.
That is where I will be.
Oh, are you going?
I'm going.
Oh, it's going to be so fun.
I'm going.
Oh, it's going to be, man, what a great event. And I'm surprised he's filling, I didn't realize he had that much of a following, but good for him.
Yeah. My roommate is a big fan. I told her I would go, and we will check out Joji. I've listened to a little bit of his stuff.
Good. Okay. Well, if you're looking for a smaller venue, similar genre, Kurt Vile is at the Van Buren tonight, and then there's a really fun one on Sunday at the Financial Theater. Britt Floyd. It's a Pink Floyd cover band, but they're the main singer in this band is absolutely phenomenal. She is a siren. It is listening to her is really, really cool. So Britt Floyd, that one's on Sunday, 7:30 p.m. So you got your concert set for the week. If you want to see sports, obviously World Cup still going on. Tomorrow, big day, Norway versus England, and then Argentina and Switzerland. Norway and England, 2 p.m., and then Argentina plays at 6 locally. Watch parties all over the Valley, so look up your neighborhood watering hole and go cheer on your favorite team.
Okay, bucket 3?
A lot of food festivals, great shopping going on. There's the Vegan Social down in Roosevelt Row. That one's outdoors, though, but a lot of really great vendors out there. Mesa's doing their night market at the Asian Food Festival outside their Asian grocery store. I didn't write down the name, but it's 1920 West Broadway Road.
They've got a whole area there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that one...
Great restaurants.
Yeah, and this is just food trucks, restaurants, just an absolute blast. as the sun goes down, so hopefully not in the heat of the day.
That's Saturday night.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Sunday, Melrose Vintage Market. This is the last one for the season. This is a really cool vintage market. This is being held at the Deuce. So clothing, antiques, a ton of local vendors, starts at 10 a.m. So go down there, check that one out. A few family-friendly options. Phoenix Art Museum is doing Kids Day. So art projects, hands-on, story time, all tailored for the kiddos. Cavescape at the Arizona Science Center. They built this really cool cave system out of packing tape for your kids to run through. And so I'm sure big enough for mom and dad to get through as well. And then this one's outdoor too, but with a caveat, the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess doing dive-in movies.
Those are always so fun.
Yeah, oh my gosh, aren't they?
I was the best.
So you can watch Disney's animated sci-fi epic Elio down there Friday and Saturday. So go check that out. And then the rest of these are movies. We just got to check in on what's going on. But the Western Spirit Scottsdale Museum doing a screening of John Wayne's Big Jake. This is a movie he made with his two sons, released in 1971. Part of it was shot in Monument Valley, as were just about any Western of the day. Obviously, but this one they're going to do a screening, and then the curator for the museum is going to talk about it. So just a little bit of Western movie lore. And then you want to go see a new movie? Here's what's in the theaters this week. Live action Moana.
Okay.
And then for the adults, there's a new movie called Gail Daughtry, done by a comedy group. They've got a lot of, if you look up who's made this movie, you'll recognize a lot of their work in the past. And then also Evil Dead Burn is the other new spooky movie.
Got to be a horror movie, yes.
Yeah. In the middle of summer. Why are we doing scary movies in the summer?
Those used to come out around Halloween. And now it seems like there's always a new horror movie coming out.
I feel
constantly, year-round.
Someone's going to write a dissertation about that. It's a reflection of the time somehow.
I think you might have me onto something there. For sure.
All righty. David Iverson, KTAR.com editor and writer. Thank you so much for giving us some fun, at times cheap, definitely cool activities for people to check out.
Always.
We appreciate it.
And all of them can be found on KTAR.com. If you heard something,
homepage.
Right. You wanted to know more.
There you go.
Coming up, a passenger nearly sucked out of a Ryanair flight today. What? We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and a traffic check. KTAR News Time is 6:42.
Imagine 4 weeks from now, that's only a month. Everything in your life feeling different for the better. From your energy, your weight, the way your clothes fit. You don't have to keep wearing those black clothes in the summer. I mean, it's 110 degrees here in Phoenix. You can throw on the nice whites and all of the beautiful colors like I wear each and every day. And I want to talk with you about soda and their dynamic diet, because that's exactly what it's done for me. I've shed 25 pounds and I feel better than ever. And right now, you can do the same thing. And bonus for you, you can get 4 weeks free when you call 866-800-SOTA and mention KTAR. That's 866-800-SODA. Or you can also check them out online, sodadietnutrition.com. That's sodadietnutrition.com. The great thing about soda, no shots, no pills, no lifetime dependency. Soda's all about real food. You go to the grocery store, you shop for yourself. You can have steak, you can have chicken, all kinds of delicious meats, dips, the stuff you love. And soda is going to set you up with guidance and a nutritionist who you can check in with all the time. If you're going to go out to eat, nutritionists will be there for you. They'll help you make the best selections before you head out to eat and you get that menu in front of you and you think, oh my goodness, I don't know what to pick. Nutritionist is there to help you. So best of all right now, you get 4 weeks free when you call them and you mention KTAR at 866-800-SODA. That's SOTA. Because soda is, come on, say it with me, state of the art.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
this stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
LaDonna here. The housing market appears to be a complete mess. Economist Evan Taylor from U of A explains what's happening on Money Monday. That's Monday morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's 6:48. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn.
Passengers on board a Ryanair flight witnessed a terrifying scene today when a man was nearly sucked out of an opening 15,000 feet in the air. This Boeing 737 jet was leaving Greece for Germany when the airline says a passenger window dislodged shortly after takeoff. With the details, here's ABC's foreign correspondent, Tom Sufi-Burridge.
The decompression forcefully pulling a 61-year-old man toward the opening with part of his upper body outside of the plane, his wife holding onto his feet for nearly 5 minutes to stop him from flying out of the window. That passenger is now in an intensive care unit in Greece. The plane's damaged right-hand engine and a gash forced to make an emergency landing back in Greece.
Word of new threats against President Trump's life prompted a change in transportation for this week's NATO summit. The president opted for the old Air Force One over the new one that was recently gifted to him by Qatar. And ABC Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz explains why.
Trump has been considered a target since his first term, saying he was a top target for the Iranians.
I'm number one on the kill list for Iran.
When he took out the top Iranian IRGC commander in a drone strike. Reports this week said Israel provided intelligence about a new plot against Trump, but the president is pushing back, telling the New York Post Israel came up with nothing. No, I've been number one for a long time.
At least 31 states now reporting cases of a parasitic disease that health officials say can lead to some uncomfortable gastrointestinal symptoms. Now, this is called cyclosporiasis. And it's not entirely clear what the root cause is, but health officials think it could be linked to contaminated fresh produce or water. Here's ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
It just takes a small amount to infect people. It can be on contaminated fruits, vegetables, water that may be contaminated by human waste, people who were previously infected. And if you do ingest a parasite and get sick, it causes inflammation in your gut to the point where you can't absorb water or food. And this can cause, and I'm saying this scientifically, explosive watery diarrhea.
Oh, sorry about that. Right here at dinner time. Patel
I thought
says
you were a Hall of Famer over there.
The good news is it can be treated with antibiotics.
Thank goodness. Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a vehicle fire off right, I-17 southbound near Thunderbird Road. A quick look into some surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 16th Street and Baseline Road. Phoenix again with a crash on 7th Street and Jefferson Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
This weekend, look for a high of 110 tomorrow. On Sunday, about 109. I think by Sunday night, we started out saying it was a 30% chance of storms. Now it's risen to 40 and even 50%. And that chance of rain is in our forecast through next week. Low temperature tonight, about 89. Right now in Litchfield Park, 106 degrees. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com.
Coming up, what's Britney up to? Yeah, Britney Spears. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story. KTAR News Time, 6:51.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their support for Phoenix Children's. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming up in August, and this year marks 16 years of the Valley Hyundai dealers' participation. Over their 16-year association with the Give-a-thon, your Valley Hyundai dealers have donated more than $1 million to Phoenix Children's. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their tremendous giving to Phoenix Children's.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing. Veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hope you're having a great weekend. We talked to the chair of the Board of Supervisors about Maricopa County elections. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga. Becky Lynn here with me. Time for us to volley. Becky Lynn, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Britney Spears.
Britney.
She's had some issues over the last few years. She was seen standing in her G-Wagon as someone drove it down the 101 freeway yesterday. A source close to Britney tells TMZ the singer is, quote, doing well. And if she was doing this in Louisiana, it would be considered good, clean fun. Becky Lynn, you grew up in Tennessee. You're a lot closer to the South than us here in Arizona, or where I grew up in Michigan. 1 being not at all, 10 being extremely. How worried are you about the famous singer and her antics?
Okay, based on standing up in the
car, flying down the highway.
I wouldn't do it on the 101 in California. No, I would not. Although you could argue that if you're on the 101 in California, you're probably not going too fast. You know,
okay.
Just thought. You're right. In the rural South, we rode in the back of trucks all the time.
Yeah, I actually went for a ride in the back of a truck out here, down the highway and everything.
I have too, yeah. So I don't know. Standing up, that's a little different story. I do think about Britney Spears occasionally, though, and I think that she is very troubled.
Yeah, I agree.
And, you know, the whole Free Britney, get her off that conservatorship. I don't know, maybe it was the best thing for somebody to take care of her, because I'm not sure she can take care of herself. But I wish her well.
Same here.
I do.
You want to hit yours real quick, or do you want to get to what Jim and LaDonna have coming up?
Let me tell you this quick story.
Okay.
It's in Connecticut. Video from the Tazara's home security system picked up their family dog jumping in between a charging bear and the family's 6-year-old son. The dog caught up to the bear. The bear hightailed it after it was spooked by the dog, and Bella the dog actually bit the bear right in the fanny, and the bear crashed into the family's boat. Apparently the dog's okay, so is the kid. Joe, what's the most heroic thing one of your pets has ever done?
Oh, I got a good one.
Oh, really?
Growing up, my parents' Old English sheepdog, Chloe, ate a whole box of crayons, and the rainbow came out.
That's heroic?
That's the best I got.
Okay, all right.
Do you have something better?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Not at all.
Coming up Monday on Arizona's Morning News, Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey are going to be exploring the housing market and how it's a total mess right now. That's coming up Monday on Money Monday with Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey on Arizona's Morning News from 5 till 8. Make sure to check them out right here on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
I wish I had a heroic pet story.
I think it is heroic. She survived eating a box of crayons, Becky Lynn, and then the rainbow came out. That's incredible.
Stained your mother's rug, I'm sure.
That is like a miracle.
Okay, here's a good story tonight. Good news or bad news. I guess it depends on how badly you need a surgeon, I guess.
For the first time, surgeons at UC San Diego have operated through humanoid robots, removing gallbladders and 2 procedures on pigs, a key step before any human trials. The robot is 5 feet tall, with a head and arms, and kind of looks like a human. Surgery fits anywhere a person can, and that's the point. Researchers say robots like Sergi could one day help ease staffing shortages in hospitals, starting as an assistant, handing tools and cleaning up.
That's ABC's Sophie Flay. There you go. Robots coming to a
hospital near you.
Operating theater near you.
Yeah, surgeon near you. Chad Benson Show is up next after the